It's a big day at the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities. A young man is distracted on his cell phone, playing a game and asking when they will surrender. In the game, he's extraordinary. This is Ning Feng, who continues his frantic gaming, saying that with such an advantage, it's impossible for him to lose. However, someone raises their hand and lands a hit right on his face. From the ground, he sees that it's Wang Yue. Angry, she asks him what he thinks he's doing, since the awakening exam is about to start. And isn't he going to prepare a little instead of playing games? He, smiling, asks if work and play aren't a great combination. Besides, he's already 18. At most, he'll awaken a common 2-star class. Ning Feng approaches Wang Yue and tries to take advantage, saying that she awakened a 5-star class at 16, so why should he try so hard? She could just carry him. She immediately grabs him by the neck and angrily shouts that there's no way she'll do that. The protagonist gets scared because she's about to start her lectures. Around them, the candidates for the exam watch, saying that she's the goddess Wang Yue, and she stood out in the last special training. More candidates gather, admiring her, as she awakened a 5-star class at 16, and the county has been waiting for a genius like her for a long time. But they are puzzled, wanting to know who that guy next to her is. One of the candidates replies that it's Ning Feng, known throughout the school as trash, and that he's about to turn 18 and still hasn't awakened. Wang Yue starts pulling him by the ear, dragging him to the exam entrance. The candidates, still watching, get angry that someone like her is hanging out with that idiot. This world is called Blue Star, a world where the game has merged with reality. As soon as you turn 16, everyone has the chance to awaken extraordinary abilities and become adventurers. This was the National Adventurer Awakening Exam of 2025, held at the No. 7 high school in the city. One of the supervisors calls the attention of the second-year students, saying that he will explain the rules of the exam. After explaining the rules, he shouts that the next awakened one could be one of them. Disappointed with Wang Yue's actions, Feng wonders why she needs to make such a fuss, as this is his 3rd time taking the old exam. He's no longer a rookie. In one of the exam sections, the teacher Chi Wei explains that the called student should please go to the test area for the awakening, and that the students who successfully awaken can pick up a set of basic equipment for their class and prepare for the practical test. In line, the candidates start chatting about which class they want, but Feng remains bored until the teacher calls the next 3rd-year student Ning Feng. He steps forward, and all the candidates present start laughing at him. He greets the teacher, and she, smiling, tells him not to worry and to stay calm. In the test area, she asks Feng to place his hands on the crystal and relax his mind. He does, but nothing happens, leaving him worried that he might fail again. However, something catches his attention. The crystal begins to react, surprising everyone present. Chi Wei, looking at that reaction, thinks that if the stone reacted, it will definitely be a class awakening, and that blue light represents magic classes. She explains to Feng that upon awakening, they automatically learn initial skills, and that next, they will see how many stars the class will awaken. Feng is surprised as the system informs him that he has awakened 1 star, and that his learned skill is magic slime. This makes Chi Wei feel sorry for him since he only awakened 1 star. The candidates burst into laughter, telling him to leave quickly as he's embarrassing himself, and that trash is trash, so he couldn't be anything more than that. The teacher asks Feng what skill he has awakened, but he remains silent. This prompts the teacher to call him again, and he turns around, unsure of what to say. She imagines he was hit by something big, given how long he's been silent. Looking at him, she still feels sorry for him, as he's still just a 1 star. The teacher hands him the equipment and instructs him to change and proceed directly to the next phase. Seriously, he wonders if he heard correctly. Feng starts thinking about the system notifications at the moment he awakened. The system had detected that the host had completed the awakening and met the conditions for system activation. This left him even more intrigued about the system, especially since more notifications had arrived at that time, stating that the system was successfully activated and that the host had acquired it. The system further explained that the passive abilities, such as Dark Origin and Mysterious Gift, the passive ability Dark Origin ensures that he does not suffer the backlash of Dark Force when using curses, with exemption from costs when using prohibitions, and with the passive ability Mysterious Gift, he can unleash forbidden spells once a week without any consumption, but these details were only visible to the protagonist. This leaves him intrigued, wondering if the Dark Force is not the most malevolent in that world, and why Mysterious Gift? What could it have to do with him? As he's pondering this, another system notification appears, informing him that the magic slime ability has been detected and that the transformation would begin, making him worried about this transformation thing. Once again, the system notifies him that the transformation has been completed, and the magic slime ability has become Profane Earth Shield, leaving Feng confused. Feng becomes concerned, as this talk of Edtada darkening and also forbidden curse seemed quite ominous, especially with the practical test approaching. At the portal to the practical test, the teacher explains that 50 people will form a group and face the monsters in the Folji Denchi Sanctuary, familiarizing themselves with the abilities they've just awakened. However, under no circumstances will the candidates be allowed to form teams with each other. They will not be permitted to attack one another, and drones will supervise the process. Chi Wei asks everyone to check their abilities as quickly as possible and assures them that no one will be able to see. Feng observes on his system that the ability is active and that the Profane Earth Shield, cursed magic, can invoke the dark force from another world to form a barrier capable of crushing any enemy that approaches. He becomes thoughtful about the cursed magic because those words sounded quite dangerous. And if it's some kind of malevolent magic, he'll be in trouble if someone finds out. While thinking about this, everyone starts entering the portal, but intrigued by the information he had received about his abilities, he keeps asking the system for more explanations, which in turn provides him with nothing. Heading straight to the portal, already in the test area, everyone was already frantically battling, quite excited. Feng watches from a distance, noticing that more and more goblins are arriving. However, he remembers that the entire field is under drone surveillance, so he can't use that curse recklessly. But he also remembers that he doesn't have other means of attack, so he'll only be able to hide and wait for the opportunity. One of the drones starts hovering right above Feng. In the test supervision room, Captain Zhou, seeing those images, gets angry, saying that while others are killing monsters and leveling up, what the hell is that guy doing? Chi Wei, trying to be lenient about the situation, says that the young man awakened a bit late and that, moreover, his health is not very good, and his only activated ability is a defensive magic, so it's not suitable for individual combat. Hearing this makes the captain even more irritated, asking them to call Feng out, as there's no need for him to continue in the exam, since, anyway, he's just a one-star class and won't be a true adventurer. One of the people in charge of supervising the images coming from the drones interrupts him, asking him to take a look at something quickly. Zhou turns around, asking what's going on. Sweating profusely, the guy with glasses says he wasn't sure what had happened. It seemed that one of the drones had been attacked by something, and the transmission had been cut off. To make matters worse, he points to the radar, saying that the monitoring alert detected a power fluctuation far above the average in the sanctuary. Immediately, Captain Zhou shouts, ordering someone to check what was going on. At the location where the drone was shot down, a young man was trembling all over, saying, "How can there be such strong monsters in the training field?" In front of him was a huge goblin resembling Wolverine. The goblin wastes no time and shouts for his companions to rise and no longer allow themselves to be enslaved, commanding them to obey his orders. He shouts even louder that all those invaders should be buried there, driving his allies into a frenzy. While he was shouting, one of the drones approached, but the goblin immediately noticed and attacked, destroying it. The debris begins to fall into the forest, and one piece lands right on Feng's head, making him wonder why on earth a drone would fall on his head. But he soon notices something. and is surprised to see the Vanguard Goblin and the other goblins surrounding him. With a sinister look, the Vanguard Goblin laughs, saying that it seems there was an insect hiding there. Without wasting any time, the Goblin leader orders the attack. Feng watches, wondering why so many monsters are gathering there, and judging by the size of the middle goblin, he's probably the leader. However, recalling that some drones were taken down, his expression changes, and he says that this would be a great chance to test if that curse is really real. Immediately feeling confident, he raises his hand, and an incredible energy begins to emanate from his body, scaring the monsters and worrying the goblin leader as well. With a sinister energy, he shouts his ability, Profane Earth Shield, causing several terrifying creatures to rise from the ground. Back in the supervisor's room, the guy with glasses informs Captain Joe that all transmissions have been lost, and that suddenly there was a leak of dark force in the sanctuary. It's suspected that a magic beast of king level or higher has appeared. Immediately, Captain Joe orders reinforcements to be called, and for all nearby civilians to be evacuated. This horrifies teacher Chi Wei as well, as she wonders how a magic beast of king level or higher, with the power to destroy an entire city, could appear on the day of the exam. Back at the battle with the protagonist, the goblin leader is terrified by what he's witnessing. As the protagonist is consumed by that ability, a strange dark power envelops him, making his creatures tear through the goblins. Feng begins to look at his hands, thinking that cursed magic works that way. At this moment, the goblins continue to be slaughtered by the creatures the protagonist conjured, and several system messages appear, notifying him that by killing the goblin soldiers, he gained several experience points. A dark energy begins to approach the goblin leader, leaving him frightened, as he says that the power of the dark force is simply incredible, and he wonders how that human obtained it. As that enormous power approaches, he tries to run, but he feels his movements becoming extremely slow. But it's too late. The power reaches him, and screaming, he begs it not to come near him. The energy engulfs him completely, making the system notified that the Vanguard Goblin has been obliterated, granting 6,000 experience points to the protagonist. Feng's status window appears, notifying that he is a mage class, and due to the experience gained in battle, he went from level 1 to level 10. Currently, he has 0 health, 8 strength, 8 agility, 20 spirit, and 12 resistance. This makes him happy as he leveled up easily, and in the practical exams of previous years, at best, they could only level up 1 or 2 levels. But then he becomes intrigued, thinking that the experience from common monsters is quite low, especially depending on that elite monster. Still deep in thought, he wonders how an elite monster could have appeared in the exam field. As he contemplates all this, various items begin to fall from the sky. Surprised, he realizes that it's the loot dropped by the elite monster. And even more impressively, all that equipment is of orange quality. Looking at the item Vanguard badge, he finds it strange because he's never seen an item that increases attributes. The item in question is consumable, has orange quality, and permanently increases the agility attribute by 10. Another item, the Shadow Claw of the Slayer, is also of orange quality, but requires level 20 to use. It grants an additional 13 strength, 16 agility, 10% attack speed, 5% critical rate, and 10% chance to activate combo, and it can be used 3 times. Feng is thrilled with the items, even though he can't use the claw yet, but he thinks he could get good money by selling them. Confident, he believes that now he can easily face higher level monsters and finally start to prosper. Just as he's thinking this, the supervisors announce that all students must immediately abandon the test and use the teleport scrolls to exit, which makes him worry about what's happening. Looking around more carefully, he notices something. Feng turns in all directions, realizing that everything around him has been devastated, and he thinks that all those craters are the work of the dark force, which is terrifying. Once again, the supervisors make an announcement, and immediately he uses the teleport scroll, saying that it's better to get out of there quickly to avoid being discovered. One by one, the candidates start to return, And, finally, Feng as well. The supervisor immediately instructs them to leave the area and go home. Frustrated, Feng keeps thinking about magic beasts of king level or higher. Even if everyone there joined forces, they wouldn't be able to resist. Still worried, he wonders if the reinforcements arrived in time. However, he changes his reaction because, unbelievably, the source of dark energy disappeared. But this makes him suspicious, wondering if it's possible that the monster escaped from the sanctuary. Chi-Wei continues listening to orders over the communicator, saying that this situation has gone beyond what they can handle and that no one should cause alarm. They must avoid large-scale disturbances and initiate the school's magic seal, leaving only one exit so that unrelated people can leave quickly. Feng approaches, calling for the teacher. She, sweating nervously due to the situation, asks the protagonist if he's okay. Unconcerned with what's happening, he says he's fine, but she shouts for him to return immediately because the school is temporarily closed, and he should not come back unless necessary. Away from the school, Feng and Wang Yue are talking. Wang Yue tells the protagonist that the teacher had a very strange expression, as if they were facing a mortal enemy. She mentions that rumors say a source of unknown energy was detected inside the school, and that the entire school has been isolated. This makes Feng wonder if it's possible that the unknown energy source has something to do with that elite monster. Disappointed, he thinks that just as he awakened, the school got shut down. Wang Yue becomes worried about him, thinking that the event had a big impact on him. She tries to cheer him up, saying that defensive magic can guarantee his survival, but they aren't suitable for individual training. Starting tomorrow, she says, he'll join them as part of a team. Trying to appear strong, he declines and thanks her, saying she shouldn't worry as he can train on his own. With a foolish expression, he imagines himself resolute with his power, but at the same time, he knows he can't expose himself because if they discover the forbidden dark magic, it'll be a problem. Wang Yue, serious, points her finger at him and says she won't accept his refusal and that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, they'll be waiting for him at the west gate. With that, she leaves, leaving the protagonist talking to himself. In shock, Feng thinks that woman acts like she's his wife, behaving that way. Sweating nervously, he wonders what he'll do now, and if it would be a good idea to come up with some excuse. But he decides it's better not to, as dealing with her personality is relatively difficult. As he thinks about this, an idea comes to mind, but he's not sure if it will work. Feng decides to head to the Yuancheng trading house. Looking at the huge building, he thinks that some weapons come with built-in abilities. He could buy equipment with the dark slime ability and pass himself off as a mage. Feng enters the store, hoping the system won't turn the built-in abilities of the equipment into curses. Besides, he can sell the drops from the monsters he killed. The sales clerk approaches him, asking how she can help. He replies that he would like to buy equipment with the dark slime ability, whether it's a weapon, clothing, or item. She asks the protagonist if he is a newly awakened student and explains that actually, low-level spells like dark slime aren't worth buying specifically. However, they do have high-level equipment there, more suitable for training, and she could show him some options. He simply says it's unnecessary, as he needs something temporary, so the equipment's grade doesn't need to be very high. She thinks it's all a waste of time and asks the new trainee to come help him. She leaves, stressed, saying that after all this fuss, it seems he's just a poor guy, so she won't even bother. Let the newbie handle it. The protagonist is left confused. The new trainee arrives with a smile and asks if he needs anything. The protagonist explains what he needs. She leads him to the items and starts testing them, starting with an iron arm, which gets him excited, then a heavy hammer, which he can't even lift off the ground. Feng tries on a ring and decides to go with it. The trainee asks if he's satisfied with the ring. He laughs and says it's great, thanking her for accompanying him all the way. Feng also takes the opportunity to ask if it's possible to sell items he got as monster drops. She replies that yes, it is, and she'll take him to the responsible department. She leads him to the identification room. Master Wang asks them to come in. The trainee informs him that the young man wants to sell battle items. The protagonist takes out the claws and asks for help in appraising the item and its value. Wang takes the claws and is astonished, as it's an orange-quality weapon focused on agility and doesn't require a high level, making it suitable for novice players. Additionally, it comes with 3 gem slots, allowing for attribute adjustments as needed, creating a more personalized effect. Wang, intrigued, says it's a good item and believes that several clients in his guild would be interested in it. He asks if Feng has any specific price expectations. The protagonist, pleased, simply says that the higher, the better. The analyst asks Feng to sit down, saying he'll make some calls to potential buyers, and asks Miss Yang to take care of him. She responds that he can rest assured. Wang, speaking with someone named Mr. Jiang, asks if he was looking for a good item for Jin Lang, as he has one available there. Feng sits down, and Miss Yang serves him tea. The analyst returns, informing the protagonist that the equipment has been sold and that the buyer is willing to pay 50,000 crystals. After deducting the 8% transaction fee, he would get 46,000 crystals. This leaves Feng and Yang speechless, as it's a large amount. They stand up, still in shock at the information. Wang says they can finalize the procedures right there, and that once everything is set, the crystal transfer will be quick. The protagonist asks for it to be done quickly and requests to see some more equipment. While the final preparations are being made, in another section, the attendants are talking. A black-haired one asks the girl who dismissed the protagonist if she doesn't like handsome men and why she left him aside. She, being snobbish, says that she likes handsome men with money and power, and that guy didn't even deserve to be in the same place as her. Some time passes, and from afar, the attendants notice the protagonist returning, asking if he was the client she didn't want to attend to. The one with her hair tied up says she heard that the young man sold a piece of equipment for 50,000 crystals. The black-haired one is shocked, saying that amount is equivalent to 3 months of her salary. Hearing all this leaves her stunned. She starts to regret it, wondering why she wasn't the one to help him. Outside, Miss Yang tells Feng that when he returns, he should just ask for her next time. With a smile on her face, she introduces herself, saying her name is Yang Xin. The next day, Feng, cheerful and whistling, walks to the meeting place set by Wang Yue, thinking that the night before, he tried out the spells embedded in the equipment, and apparently, they aren't affected by the system. This reassures him, as no one will notice. The protagonist arrives at the location and spots Wang Yue, immediately greeting her. However, other people greet her as well. They are the members of her guild: the mage, the shield warrior, the berserker warrior, and the cleric. She introduces them to Feng, but the mage and shield warrior give him dirty looks. Intrigued by those looks, he wonders if he might owe them money. Zhao Cheng approaches Yue, asking if she's about to undergo a second transformation. Hearing this surprises Feng, as he realizes that every 30 levels, you can undergo a transcendence. He wonders if Wang Yue is about to reach level 60, as she really is a genius. Zhao Cheng takes out a potion, saying it's a gift. This item is an advanced agility potion, which permanently increases agility by 3, surprising his friends since the item is valuable. Zhao Cheng says the price isn't an issue, just a few tens of thousands of crystals, and that he and Yue don't mind, as the crucial point is that this type of advanced potion is hard to obtain, and his father asked several friends and spent a good amount of money to get one. Wang Yue immediately thanks him for the gesture and asks him to take the gift back. He finds this strange and asks if she isn't determined to enter the best university. She turns away, saying she doesn't need it, as they have other matters to attend to, leaving him talking to himself. However, he points a finger at the protagonist, asking if she really wants to waste time with that kind of trash. Immediately, she turns with a sinister look, telling him to be careful with his words. He smiles and asks what will happen if a 1-star isn't trash after all. Bored, Feng wonders why this guy keeps attacking him. Does he have some kind of problem? The cleric tries to defuse the situation, suggesting they leave, but Zhao Cheng shouts for them to leave him alone, saying that guy barely has enough money to buy a bottle of attribute potion. Feng mocks Zhao Cheng, saying that it's just a potion that adds 3 more attributes, so he should stop showing off. This enrages Zhao Cheng, and he asks how Feng dares to speak to him like that. The shield warrior intervenes in the conversation, saying that Zhao Cheng was speaking too loudly and asks if by any chance he has something more powerful. Cheng starts to smile, proposing a bet. If the protagonist proves he has such an item, Zhao Cheng will immediately kneel. However, if he can't prove it, Zhao Cheng will kneel and bang his head on the ground. At that moment, Feng takes out his item, telling Zhao Cheng to get ready, and asks Wang Yue to take it, as it was her gift. Surprised, she asks if it's the Pioneer's emblem, an item with an appearance that permanently increases attributes. She's never seen anything like it, leaving everyone there astonished, wondering how there could be an item that permanently increases attributes by more than 10. They suspect it must be a fraud. Confident, Feng simply says that whether it's a fraud or not, she should try it out and find out. Looking at the item, she hesitates, unsure whether to take it or not, but the protagonist reassures her, telling her not to worry because he found the item at his house and that it was destined to be hers. He shouts for her to use it quickly, since everyone there is eager to see. She uses the item, and an energy begins to envelop her arm, leaving everyone surprised. Please, she says that her attributes have indeed increased, astonishing the cleric. Meanwhile, the shield warrior and Zhao Cheng can't believe it. Cheng suggests that the protagonist probably stole it. Smiling, Feng says he'd better keep his promise. Immediately, Zhao Cheng refuses, but Wang Yue asks if he isn't a man, and if he's going to back out. He looks around, hoping for someone to help him, but everyone is giving him dirty looks. Nervously, he begins to kneel, ending up on his knees before the protagonist. Feng, satisfied with this, tells Wang it's time to leave and says goodbye to everyone, saying they'll see each other around. She tries to apologize, but Feng interrupts her, asking her to stop because their relationship doesn't allow for that kind of thing. Smiling, he says that she really doesn't need to accompany him. He would prefer that she achieve the second transformation first and get into the best university, because with her by his side, he can't train efficiently. Concerned about Feng, she asks him not to get discouraged and hands him a book, saying it's for him. Not quite understanding what it is, he asks if it's a skill book. She replies that it is, and when he reaches the appropriate level, he should learn those skills. Feng asks if all of them are purple quality, and judging by the look of them, if they're all expensive. She responds that they don't come close to the value of the item he gave her. He smiles and closes the book, saying he'll accept it. Now, in the dungeon, Sinister Cemetery, zombies are emerging from their graves and attacking. But soon, 2 attacks are launched in their direction, hitting each one squarely in the head, scattering their remains everywhere. It was Wang Yue with her bow, making the protagonist happy because she had succeeded once again. But soon, he feels sad, thinking that the experience there is very low. However, he can't tell Wang Yue that he's already at level 10. At that moment, she notices her communicator ringing. She answers, and her friend informs her that she just received a message saying that the great boss, Fallen Necromancer, is about to appear. She also says that it's a rare opportunity and asks if Wang Yue is going. Zhao Cheng notices that the cleric is talking to Wang Yue and insists that she must go, because how else would they defeat the boss? He also adds that the Fallen Necromancer might drop rare items for mages, which is very important to him. She tries to downplay it so that Wang Yue doesn't hear those absurdities. Wang Yue thinks for a moment and looks at Feng, who tells her to go ahead, assuring her that everything is fine. After all, they're all in the same dungeon, and she can continue training later. She takes a deep breath and says that it's okay then, but asks Feng to proceed to the safe area and wait for her. He smiles and agrees. Quickly, she heads toward her group. Feng, with a sinister look, says that he's finally alone, and the possibility of that great boss appearing seems to indicate that it's his lucky day. Confident, he affirms that fortunately, he had already prepared for that day and learned 2 new skills. In any case, They can all be used once for free, so it's better to have as many curses as possible. The system notifies him that his passive ability, Mysterious Gift, will allow him to release forbidden spells once a week without any consumption. Feng begins to stretch, saying that with his current level, he only has 3 skill slots, and the skill books Yue gave him can only be used after level 15. In another part of the Sinister Cemetery, there are several monsters everywhere, and a guild observes from a distance. The tank warrior informs them that the great boss is appearing in the deep tower of the dungeon, and they need to kill everything along the way to get there. He asks them to be very careful, as the difficulty of that dungeon is high, and the monsters inside are very dangerous. As he says this, a huge flame passes right in front of them, leaving them frightened. The guild girl urges them to move quickly, because an adventurer team is already ahead of them. The tank warrior is outraged, asking how that's possible. Surprised, the mage says that it's Wang Yue and Zhao Cheng from the Sovereign Lion Guild. Even at the national level, they are considered new talents, truly deserving of their reputation. On the battlefield, they continue destroying everything. Zhao Cheng yells that the boss is definitely his, and asks if those fools think they can compete with him. Wang Yue, with her bow, keeps obliterating multiple targets at the same time, leaving her guildmates amazed. The cleric asks the berserker if he noticed that Yue had gotten stronger, and he replies that he definitely did, especially since her agility had increased by 10 points. Meanwhile, at the tower of the Sinister Cemetery, a portal begins to form. It's Feng, laughing, saying that it seems that this ability isn't just a high-level magic prohibition space, but also a teleportation ability. The ability Void Path, Cursed Magic, tears through space to enter the world of darkness, moving quickly to the target location, and lasts for an hour. At that moment, a dark aura begins to form, and the boss of that dungeon, the fallen necromancer, emerges with a sinister black aura. Feng jokes, saying that the necromancer is late. At the same time, the necromancer fires a powerful attack at the protagonist, causing a massive explosion. The dust begins to settle, leaving only the mark of the impact. The fallen necromancer, enraged, yells at the protagonist, "How dare an adventurer without fear? How dare you appear alone?" As he says this, Feng appears from the portal right behind the necromancer, using the Void Path ability. With a piercing gaze, he says that he doesn't want to share the loot with others. Immediately, he uses his other ability, Celestial Firestorm, Cursed Magic, which summons a violent rain of fire from the sky, dealing damage over a wide area. Immediately, a rain of black meteors begins to fall on the fallen necromancer, causing a massive explosion. The dust begins to settle, and Feng emerges from it, satisfied because the system notified him that he had killed several monsters at once, including the fallen necromancer. The victory earned him 50,000 experience points, taking him straight to level 30, which makes him happy because now he can undergo his first transformation. He starts walking to pick up the dropped items, imagining that the loot is truly generous and that he can use the gem and the jewels. Although the skill books Yue gave him aren't exclusive to mages, they are still worth good money. The dropped items are Darkstone, a material type, which grants 20% more magic damage and 20% more life drain. Necromancer's Pendant, which grants 15 more strength, 20 more spirit, 100 more mental resistance, 100 more curse resistance, and immunity to toxins, and can be used 3 times. And finally, and most importantly, the Necromancer's Insignia, a consumable item that reduces 3 permanent life points, but gives 15 more spirit permanently. Feng immediately chooses to use the Necromancer's Insignia, thinking it's acceptable even if it reduces his life. The system notifies him that a special item, the Necromancer's Micro Recorder, has been detected. During the transition, it could unlock the hidden profession Necromancer Sorcerer, or activate the prerequisite mission for the hidden profession God of Universal Magic. This makes him happy, imagining that hidden professions are quite rare and are usually innate, not something that can be prepared for in advance. However, He finds these micro-recorders strange, wondering if they are the key to activating hidden professions. He starts shouting that he will become a god of universal magic, but accidentally uses his celestial firestorm ability again, causing several black meteors to fall. Even in the area where Wang Yue's guild was, the meteors rained down across the entire battlefield, leaving everyone there worried, wondering what the hell was happening and where that power was coming from. Immediately, they are told to stop advancing and to retreat. Zhao Cheng is outraged because he wanted to kill the boss, but Yue shouts, asking if he wants everyone there to die in such a dangerous situation. He starts sweating, thinking this is all a mess. She takes out her phone to notify Feng and sends him a message, telling him to leave because they have other things to deal with first. However, Feng had already left and was arriving at the Jintai Transformation Hall. Once inside, he notices that there aren't many people there. He turns around and realizes there is someone in the room. A woman greets him and asks if he came to take on the transformation mission. He replies that he did. She asks him to wait a moment as she needs to register some information first and begins asking for the protagonist's personal details. As she registers his information, she thinks to herself that he only managed to become a mage at 18. His qualifications are a bit lacking. She gets up and directs the protagonist, indicating that the mage transformation sector is just over there. In the transformation sector, she explains that he can follow the process instructions and informs him that she'll be leaving. If he needs anything, he should call her. He thanks her. As she returns to her desk, she notices someone waiting for her. It's Captain Joe, looking worried. She asks if something happened, and he explains that they just investigated the area and that the sinister cemetery had suffered severe damage. The energy source is still unclear, but they estimate that the threat level might be higher than King level. Intrigued by the situation, she asks if there have been 2 King-level threats in just 2 days. Joe responds that yes, and that's why the higher leadership sent him there. Looking at her, he asks her to call in the Lone Shadow to take immediate action. In the transformation room, the system notifies Feng that there are 2 options to choose from. The first is Necromancer, first transformation mission. Obtain the mission item, Blood King's Rope, by entering the phantasmal realm, Labyrinth of No Illusions. The deadline is 3 days, and the difficulty is Class A. The second option is God of Universal Magic, first transformation mission. Prerequisite: obtain the mission item, Sacred Emblem, by entering the phantasmal realm, Temple of the Resplendent Sun. The deadline is 3 days, but the difficulty is Class S. Feng, intrigued, asks why there are 2 options, and also notices that God of Universal Magic is just a preliminary mission. Even so, he decides to accept it, receiving a system notification saying that the successful completion of the transformation mission is verifying the corresponding information again. After choosing his mission, he decides to leave. As Feng descends the stairs, he reflects that it really is a hidden class. Even Class S missions are available, and luckily the deadline is 3 days. Feng says goodbye to the girl, saying goodbye, but finds it strange because she wasn't the same woman who attended to him a short while ago. Back at the Tower of the Sinister Cemetery, someone is analyzing all that dark energy, while a man is surprised, saying that it's the first time he's seen someone from the Lone Shadow, and that even their attire is different. Captain Joe asks him to keep quiet because the existence of that organization is secret. He begins to explain that the members of the Lone Shadow have a military hidden class that allows them to use dark power to fight, especially designated for special missions. This person is Jing, the same one who led the protagonist to choose the transformation mission, but she starts to feel something strange, saying that the dark power is powerful. Even though it has dissipated significantly, it still affects her. Jing explains to the two that they didn't find any clues. In fact, it seems the person responsible disappears after causing damage, making it impossible to deduce their objectives. Concerned about the situation, Captain Joe says that there have been frequent reports of anomalies in some secret areas recently, which could be a sign of some crisis. He asks if there could be any connection with this issue. She responds that it's hard to say, but she would consult the superiors and request reinforcements. Joe asks if the county is concerned, considering they were going to send the famous lone hurricane from the Lone Shadow. The guy with glasses approaches and asks if she can confirm whether the cause of the damage is a monster, and if there's a possibility it could be a... Jing interrupts him, wanting to know if he was suggesting that the cause of the damage could be someone like her, a mutant. Quickly, he apologizes, saying that wasn't what he meant. She explains that the hostility levels there have already surpassed the king level. Trying to control such a massive dark power is something the human body simply couldn't withstand. Worried, he lowers his head and asks if there's an abnormally powerful monster hiding in Chenglai, capable of causing a catastrophe at any moment. Jing responds affirmatively, saying it seems to be hiding in the shadows, and they need to find it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at Feng's house, he's in his room, saying that the darkness is strangely comforting. He sits down, imagining that he's reached level 30 and gained 4 more skill slots, and that he will start by learning the 2 books Wang Yue gave him. A system message arrives, notifying him that the possible fusion detection of the skill's Arcane Shield with the curse Impure Shell was automatically executed, and that the passive skill Guardian of Impurity has been learned. He places his hand on the system panel to view the learned skill information, and the system informs him that the passive skill, Guardian of Impurity, automatically activates when attacked, absorbing 100% of the damage emitted by the impure shell, with a limit equivalent to the damage caused by the impure shell. The impure shell will gradually regenerate after the attack ends. Feng is pleased to know that curses can fuse with low-level spells to create new effects, giving him another form of defense. Normal damage is ineffective against him. He begins to wonder what the other book does. The system informs him that there's a detection of the skill Falling Meteor, with a possible fusion with the curse Impure Shell and Celestial Fire Rain, automatically executed. The passive skill Master of the Elements, Earth, has been learned, increasing the effects of all Earth spells by 20%. Looking at his skills in the system, he imagines that he still has 4 skill slots, so he decides to buy more books at the Yuan Cheng trade market. Day breaks, and the protagonist decides to head to the trade market. He enters and passes by a receptionist who notices him, thinking he's the same guy from before. She stops and greets him, but he says he's looking for Miss Yang Xin. She starts to flirt, saying that Xin is busy with another client and that today she would be the one to assist him. Feng says it's not necessary, as he'll look around by himself. This makes her furious, asking if the protagonist isn't a man and how he dares to refuse her offer. She runs after him, saying not to worry, that it's part of her job. At that moment, someone comes running, calling out the protagonist's name. It was Xin. Feng asks if she had finished her work. Tired and out of breath, she explains that she wasn't busy, just eating something, and a colleague informed her that he was there, so she came running. Feng apologizes for interrupting her meal and says he'll invite her to dinner later as compensation. Embarrassed, she says, how could she accept such an offer? The other receptionist just watches the conversation, furious at being sidelined. In Wang's office, he places the 2 books on the table, saying that he'd like to request that they sell them to him, and he'd also like to buy some mage skills. He says there's no problem at all and asks Miss Xin to accompany him. Wang is intrigued by the protagonist, because last time he took an orange weapon, and this time they're purple skill books. He starts to take an interest in his background, thinking it would be best to send someone to investigate. Night falls, and they are dining, having a great time. Feng raises his hand and shouts for the bill, but she says she already paid, leaving him embarrassed. Asking if they hadn't agreed that the protagonist would pay, she smiles and says no, and that she has a reason for inviting him, so there's no need to worry. They stand up, and he, not understanding anything, asks what the reason could be. She laughs and says it's a secret. Feng says he owes her a dinner. Xin tells him not to worry about it, and that they'll talk later, as she needs to head somewhere else and will take a taxi. He responds that it's fine, and wishes her a safe trip. Inside the car, the taxi driver asks where she's going, and she replies that it's to Municipal Hospital Number 2. She begins to imagine her father in the hospital and thanks the protagonist, as she earned a good commission. Smiling, she imagines that she'll finally be able to pay for her father's medical expenses that month, which makes her really happy. However, at that moment, something happens. The taxi driver crashes into something, and a claw pierces him, spraying blood everywhere, leaving Shin horrified by the scene. At that instant, a portal appeared in the sky, and several monsters began to pass through it. Immediately, she opens the car door and jumps out, falling hard to the ground, not realizing there was a monster on top of the car. Surprised by the event, she asks what is happening and why monsters appeared in the safe zone, but soon she notices there's a monster right behind her. From the portal, someone else emerges, emanating an incredible energy and giving a sinister smile. An explosion occurs, making the monster furious. It was Shin, disappointed with her attack, as that monster was clearly stronger, and she was just a level 1 mage with a 1-star attribute. Without wasting time, the monster charges at her, ready to kill her, but Joe arrives at the last minute and decapitates the monster's head. He asks how she is, and tells her that if she can move, she should find a place to hide. She replies that she's fine, and will immediately look for a safe place. Joe observes the surroundings and asks if everything there is corrupted, explaining that the secret realm has begun to merge with reality, and he had never seen such severe decay before. Looking at the monster's head, he imagines that these creatures aren't something a common person with only 1 star can face. Remembering what the guy with glasses said about there being an incredibly powerful creature hidden in that domain that could bring destruction at any moment, he starts to consider that this might be possible. However, he notices a huge hand coming toward him and dodges at the last minute. Joe finds the attack strange, wondering if it was a mutant. Then a sinister figure introduces himself, saying that he's not that kind of trash, but rather a guardian of darkness called the Spring Observer. Hearing this intrigues him, as he's never heard of the Spring Observer, but he figures it's best to leave that aside for now, since there are more pressing matters. Immediately, he charges at the Observer, striking with his sword, but the Observer counters with a powerful punch, sending Captain Joe flying. He starts to think this is really bad, as he realizes that the Observer has at least the power of the 3rd level. The Observer places his finger on the ground, and dark energy begins to overflow, declaring that this is his territory. With a sinister expression, he says that someone as weak as Joe would never be worthy of being his opponent, and he approaches Joe, landing a full-force blow, causing blood to splatter everywhere. With the impact, Joe is thrown far away. The Observer, laughing, shouts that he has indeed become stronger, and that stepping on this land feels like a continuous flow of power emerging. However, he hears a voice coming from his amulet, saying that he is an insignificant human and should not get caught up in his own vanity. Quickly, he apologizes. A dimensional rift appears above him, emitting a voice that says weakness is his power, and that if it were present, he would be nothing more than crawling trash on the ground, just like all his companions. Hearing this paralyzes him, leaving him in shock. Something begins to emerge from the dimensional rift, gradually taking shape until a sinister entity emerges from it, making the Observer kneel, trembling, as he hears the entity say that he must prove that he still has some value. She orders him to use the people of that city as sacrifices for her dominion in that world. Trembling, he says he understands. At that moment, someone pulls back a curtain. It was Feng, who is surprised to witness something in front of him. He looks around and sees that a battle took place there, notices a monster in front of him, and imagines that he only went to the bathroom, and all of this happened. The monster turns, noticing the protagonist's presence, and leaps toward him. Some cracks begin to appear in the ground. Feng uses his new magic, Stone Thorn Walls, which hits the monster squarely. He explains that fortunately, he paid a lot of money for that weapon, with an additional purple skill, allowing him to take advantage of his type of magic. He opens the door, noticing that the Observer was carrying Captain Joe, and that the entire scene was corrupted. With a sinister look, the observer drops Joe to the ground, bleeding, telling him to wait, as there's still a little worm that escaped. The observer jumps and goes all out toward the protagonist, who wonders what that thing is. He grabs him, but notices something strange. Looking at Feng, he realizes that the protagonist is enveloped in dark magic and finds it very strange. How did he manage to block his attack? The entity that possessed him begins to be fascinated by that powerful black shadow power. And, looking at the protagonist, it notices that his power is far beyond the ordinary and feels drawn to him, because his aura is more terrifying than death itself. Feng imagines that this guy seems strong and wonders if by chance he would use some forbidden curse in the city. He opens his eyes, releasing the energy he was concentrating, completely shattering the shell that enveloped the observer's arm. Immediately, the entity releases its mental control over the observer, causing him to scream for it to return. However, the entity simply says that the user he's calling is out of service and that he should handle it himself. The entity starts to return to the portal. Several creatures awaited it at the portal as they were closing the doors until, finally, they close. The observer says that his strength and power are fading away. Feng notices this with a sinister look and begins to imagine that the mutants are those who, during the awakening process, acquired the hidden Shadow class. They are capable of using the power of darkness, possessing much greater strength than normal classes of the same level. However, at the same time, once they lose the protection of the power of darkness, they go insane. Seeing that the observer was about to start losing his mind, Feng uses his Stone Thorn ability, finishing him off completely, and comments that they are really difficult to deal with. Tired, he takes a deep breath, imagining that, luckily, he was able to focus entirely on his attack without worrying about defense. Worried, he thinks he needs to pick up the items that fell on the ground first, before anyone notices, and then get back home as quickly as possible. In another part of the city, Jing and an assistant are walking through the chaotic scene. The assistant says that the monsters have retreated and that the field distortion has also disappeared. Jing becomes thoughtful as two destruction spells, distortions invading reality, always appearing suddenly and disappearing in the same way. What could the enemies be planning? Jing asks her assistant about the other locations. She replies that overall, they are safe, except for the squad to the south of the city, which suffered heavy casualties, and that their situation is still unknown. Jing remembers that the area to the south of the city is under Captain Zhou's responsibility and decides to go there to check it out. On site, Du-an is observing the body of the observer that the protagonist killed. Intrigued by it, he imagines that the observer lost everything he was carrying. Jing arrives at the scene, shouting for everyone to stay still, and asks who they are. Duna shows his identification, telling them not to worry, as he is a member of the Illusion Beyond the Clouds. She asks if Illusion Beyond the Clouds is that unofficial organization composed entirely of fighters. He responds, "That's exactly right." Jing mentions that she heard they usually operate in secret, so why would they be there? He turns around, saying it's because of him, pointing to the body trapped by the stone thorns, explaining that the body used to be his companion. However, he betrayed the organization and helped invade reality through the distortion, directing monsters to attack the camp. Except for a few, everyone was killed. Jing, intrigued, asks if the invasion stopped because of his death. Duna points to his former partner and asks if they killed him, but she replies that no, and worse, they don't know who did. He explains that the entity likes to hide in the distortion because it's very cunning. He has searched for it many times, but it always escapes. Jing informs him that Captain Zhou has the power equivalent to 3 transformations, and even so, he was completely defeated. Both, intrigued by the situation, start to consider that there might be someone that powerful in Sucheng. When Jing sees Du-an leaving, she asks where he's going. He replies that he's going to look for something. At Feng's house, he's very happy because the things the observer left behind include 2 sets of orange armor from the fighter class. The first item is the Yang Wei Eternal Radiance chestplate, which requires level 120 to use. The second is the Yangwei Eternal Radiance Pants, which also require level 120 to use. Feng wonders that he didn't see the observer using these items, so probably he didn't have the necessary level, because if he did, the protagonist could only have defeated him using forbidden techniques. He picks up the pendant left behind and finds it strange because it has no specified quality and the information is marked as unknown. Intrigued, he starts fiddling with the pendant, wondering if some ancient god is hidden inside. However, through the pendant, someone was watching him from elsewhere. It was the distortion entity, saying that luckily it reacted quickly and closed the distortion in time, hoping it wasn't discovered. The entity watches Feng looking at the pendant, worried if someone is inside, which scares it. It screams to cut all connections to avoid revealing its location, leaving everyone there in fear. The entity begins to sweat coldly, saying it almost had a heart attack and wonders how the protagonist managed to detect it. The next day, at the city hospital, Captain Joe explains to Jing that it was that young fighter who saved them. He begins to recall what happened, saying that as soon as the enemy saw him, it immediately opened a rift in the distortion and fled. Jing comments that she can vaguely feel that his ability isn't below hers. The guy with glasses finds it strange because even with that guy being so strong, he couldn't capture him. She says apparently that's true. Intrigued, she thinks that maybe he's just passing through, maybe hiding. In any case, the great mystery is certainly recorded beyond the conventional magic marks from last night, and that they didn't find anything special on the battlefield. Joe says that if the great mystery was living there, he would feel much safer just imagining it. The guy with glasses says he has a somewhat exaggerated idea to share. Jing, thoughtful, asks what it might be. He asks if, in last night's battle, there were traces of the power of darkness. She responds that yes, because some ancient distortion monsters were present. He begins to speculate, saying it's a crazy idea, and asks, what if, by chance, the great mystery is also a mutant? Because both destruction spells cause casualties on both sides. Before he can finish his explanation, Joe interrupts him, saying that's impossible and that he's overthinking it. Jing is left pondering all of this, considering if it could be possible. At that moment, the protagonist arrives to complete his mission, introducing himself and asking if it would be possible to do the class change mission there. Feng enters the place to carry out his mission and, looking around, starts questioning if that place is really the Temple of Solar Radiance. However, someone is watching him from afar. It was Du-An, but earlier at the trade market, Du-An had gone there, being introduced by the receptionist. Wang greets him, saying he heard that he was interested in buying a 4 transformations fighter armor set and asks if that's correct. The woman merely imagines that this guy is very handsome and has the level, so if she could stay by his side, she wouldn't have to worry about the future. Wang, smiling, says that coincidentally, they have an old client who just called, preparing to sell a 4-star fighter armor set. However, he only has 2 pieces at the moment, a chest plate and pants. Du-An becomes serious and asks where that person is. Wang explains that, unfortunately, this person won't be able to come in right now. Du-An begins to think that all this equipment and information corresponds to what he's been looking for. Although it hasn't been confirmed yet, it's highly likely to be the master's legacy. He asks Wang if he could tell him where this old client is, and says he would pay for that information. Wang doesn't know what to respond, worried about the situation he's in, and starts to imagine that it's a huge coincidence since the protagonist just said he's preparing to sell the set, and now this gentleman shows up asking for information, as if they're in cahoots. Wang explains that he remembers the protagonist saying he was going to the neighboring city to resolve some things, but that he'll call to confirm. Wang returns and realizes that Du-An had left and asks the receptionist if he really left. She responds that yes, she even escorted him to the door. Seeing Wang's concern, she asks if something is wrong. He replies that earlier, he did some research on the protagonist's background. His parents were from a common 2-star class but disappeared in an accident when he was young. Since then, he's been alone, studying at City School 7, and only awakened at 18, still being of a common 1-star class. Hearing that explanation surprises her, as she thought he was more impressive, but it seems like he's just an ordinary guy. Wang explains that he always found him suspicious, with a poor appearance, and now he's going to be exposed. She asks where he got the items he was selling in the shop, imagining that a 1-star class wouldn't be able to get such good things. Wang says that's the problem. Although he's friends with the daughter of the Wang group, the group didn't help him much. Thoughtful, she begins to remember Du An, who had a serious expression, and asks if Feng could have stolen that set. Sweating coldly, Wang says it probably wasn't stolen, but very likely wasn't obtained legitimately either. However, this time, it seems he's bothered the wrong person. She begins to imagine Du An beating up the protagonist, as a 4-star level person is high level, even in Beishan province. Returning to the present, Du An continues observing the protagonist. Looking at him, he's impressed that someone so young was able to repel a distortion invasion. After all, even masters like his were defeated by distortion bosses. But according to the information, the master's set might be in the protagonist's hands, and if it's not him, it must be someone behind him. Either way, it's better to be cautious. Finally, Feng arrives at the Temple of Solar Radiance, observing everything that's happening there. Du An, watching the protagonist use his power, imagines that he's starting to change his clothes, and depending on the clothes, he might get a rough idea of his power. Feng finishes changing his clothes. Du An becomes indignant, thinking that it was just ordinary clothes, looking more like those of a newly graduated student, and wonders if it could be a disguise. He imagines that, considering the protagonist's age, the novice disguise wouldn't attract much attention, as it would be easy to blend into the crowd. If the protagonist is trying to hide, he might escape, but to avoid alerting him, Du An decides not to follow too closely. As a precaution, he decides to mark him with a mental tracking ability, which allows him to mark the target in his consciousness without being detected. Looking at Feng, Du An decides to use his usual appearance. Observing the surroundings and seeing where the protagonist was going, Du An thinks that the monsters there aren't that strong and wonders what Feng is doing there. Upon entering the castle, something catches Feng's attention. A monster was about to attack him, and without wasting time, it launches an energy blast toward the protagonist. However, due to his passive ability, Feng defends himself automatically without taking his hand out of his pocket, leaving Du An surprised by that. Indignant, Du An wonders what ability that is, and if by chance, it's an absolute defense that can't be broken at all. He notices that the monsters were avoiding Feng as he walked normally, and wonders if that guy is even normal. Feng stops in front of a huge statue, leaving Du An intrigued, wondering if he will face the boss alone. However, the protagonist finds it all too much, as no one is around. The statue begins to sweat nervously in front of Feng. Du An, indignant, wonders why the statue wasn't moving. The protagonist decides to walk around it, thinking that the statue wasn't the mission guide. He stops in front of a large hall, saying that was probably the place. However, the mission boss appears, flying in front of the protagonist. Feng watches him, but the 6-winged seraphim uses one of his abilities to observe Feng and immediately flies away. Feng watches the boss fly off, wondering what had happened. Du An, in shock, wonders if that could be the hidden boss, and how he knew. At that moment, the system notifies that the mission Almighty Magic of the First Class Change was to enter the Temple of Solar Light and obtain the mission item Sacred Emblem and defeat the temple's hidden boss, the 6-winged seraphim. Feng reflects on the system's notification, but quickly changes his expression, saying that, being an S-level mission, who could handle that during their first-class change? However, the hidden boss, flying away in fear of the protagonist, says that the situation is terrible because he's in his own domain and still has to flee. The atmosphere is tense, with lightning and thunder all across the sky. The boss continues to flee at full speed from Feng, but without wasting time, Feng raises his hand, using his lightning strike ability, summoning a sinister giant eye in the sky and calling forth a gigantic lightning storm, unleashing a celestial calamity. the lightning strikes down toward the six-winged seraphim, obliterating him instantly before he even has time to react. Due to the immense destructive power of the attack, not only was the boss eliminated, but a large part of the temple was destroyed as well. Dwan can't believe what he just witnessed. Observing the surroundings, he says he's never seen such a destructive spell before, and that the strength of this guy is definitely beyond that of his master. He wonders if Feng could be one of the 8 legendary transformed ones. Amidst the dust, Feng is frustrated, thinking that until he completes his first transformation, he won't be able to level up, as he's losing a lot of experience. Looking at his hand, he says that at least he got the emblem and can return to complete the mission. The item in his hand is the Sacred Emblem, a consumable of legendary quality, granting a permanent increase of 8 spirit attribute points and a permanent 100% bonus to recovery effects. Feng grabs his scroll to teleport back, but Dwan comes running toward him, asking him to wait a moment. Feng turns around, feeling concerned, wondering if the guy had seen something. Dwan immediately stops, frightened, wondering why the protagonist looks so serious. Fearing what Feng might do, he asks him not to get angry, as he will explain everything. However, at that exact moment, they hear an alarm, both becoming concerned about what it could be. Feng raises his arm, asking them to leave first, saying they can talk more outside. Dwan agrees with him. Once outside, the protagonist asks if Dwan had been following him the whole time. Dwan apologizes, saying he had no other intentions and only wanted to confirm something, adding that Feng seems very young as he doesn't fully trust his vision. Dwan begins to explain that although his master was strong, he sacrificed his own life to temporarily seal the distortion, but unfortunately, the traitor escaped. Over the years, the traitor has been using humans as sacrifices, trying to undo the seal. Dwan had chased him for a long time, but without success. Feng reflects on that individual, realizing that he was in the 4th transformation, and if it weren't for him showing up on his own, Feng would never have noticed him. But in the end, his level is still too low, and if things continue like this, it's only a matter of time before he's discovered. Looking at the protagonist's sinister expression, Dwan begins to sweat nervously, wondering if Feng had suddenly gone silent to kill him later. Dwan thanks Feng for avenging his master and makes it clear that he is grateful for it, and that if Feng ever needs anything in the future, he should just call him. However, the protagonist remains intrigued, thinking that this guy is not weak and, on top of that, is a loner, and if he can build a good relationship with him, it might be useful in the future. Feng asks him not to tell anyone what happened during the mission, as he prefers to keep it a secret. Dwan assures him not to worry, as he will keep that secret. However, he wonders about the mysterious figure's incredible darkness magic, which didn't harm innocents. In addition, he repelled the invasion of the restricted territory and saved the entire city. And a person so strong and discreet, whatever the reason, deserved his respect. Watching the protagonist, he imagines he will have to stay a little longer in the city of Sucheng. At that moment, Feng's phone rings. He answers, and it's Professor Qi. She asks where he is. Feng replies that he's out of town but about to return, asking if she needs anything. She says there are a few things she wants to ask him when he gets back and that they can talk later. Feng is puzzled as to why she called so suddenly. Jing doesn't understand why the professor hung up so quickly. However, Qi Wei explains that judging by his tone, everything seemed fine, and he was already on his way back. She explains that a student who had awakened a few days ago suddenly reached the 1st transformation, and if it weren't for the coincidence of her investigating, he might have gone unnoticed. The professor says that the protagonist is a good person, as he studies a lot, and that she trusts he's not a bad guy. But Jing explains that she wasn't saying he's bad. However, a few things need to be clarified. She becomes serious, remembering the meeting she had, where the superiors were gathered, and one of them said that, based on preliminary information, they would continue investigating and hope to attract the attention of higher-ups. The old man, with a serious expression, asks if there's anything else to report. Ning remains silent for a few moments, but decides to ask if they think the 2 destruction spells in the city of Sucheng were caused by mutants. This leaves everyone deep in thought, and the old man replies that she herself is a mutant, so why is she asking that? He explains that mutants use the power of darkness, but must bear a corresponding price. The stronger the mutant, the greater the price they must pay, and they can lose their lives, sanity, or even transform into monsters. Even though it's a common price, if they're careless, mutants can meet a terrible fate, and a mutant equivalent to a king would be impossible. The guy with spiked hair says she's losing her mind, because a king-level mutant, only she could come up with such madness. And, mocking her, he asks if she likes telling stories. If so, she could write one. Jing makes it clear that she's just considering all possibilities. Whether he wants to listen or not is his problem. He smiles, saying that's fine, but he also makes it clear that his team is clearly a bunch of incompetents since they can't discover anything, and that if there really were a king-level mutant, he'd cut off his own head and let her use it as a ball. The old man gives a slight cough to get everyone's attention, saying that they sent an investigation team to the city of Sucheng, hoping they will actively cooperate, and if necessary, the investigation team will assist in all tasks. He also makes it clear that the request for reinforcements from the Lone Shadow was not approved. She becomes furious, asking if they don't trust her, but he quickly responds that it's not a matter of trust, asking her to be more patient. Jing stretches, remembering the meeting she had. However, her assistant bursts through the door, saying she has urgent news. She starts explaining that the Temple of Solar Light in Longbofu had been hit by destruction spells, and there were reports of injuries. Qi Wei, worried, says that Feng was checking the area, and the registered training location seemed to be. However, Jing interrupts her, saying that the place was precisely the Temple of Solar Light. Smiling, she says things are getting interesting. In the city of Longbofu, a shield was active over the city. Many people were concerned about some events, asking if the shield was functioning properly, and if they had heard what had happened at the Temple of Solar Light. A guard tells them not to worry, as the shield was at a superior level at that moment, and would isolate the power of darkness from the outside, not affecting the city area. Feng grows worried because the commotion he had caused ended up drawing too much attention, directly triggering a high alert. He hopes the alert will be deactivated so he can drive home. However, a black fissure appears above the shield, revealing a demonic face. Shortly after, several demonic monsters come out of the rift, and one of them asks if this is the human world. Looking at the shield, it wonders why they activated it. Another monster says he doesn't care because humans are fragile and always like to hide inside their shells. With that, a horde of monsters emerges from the rift, with the horned one saying it's a shame because the divine artifact can no longer stop them. He points his finger, ordering everyone to give them a surprise. As he says this, the monsters immediately begin to move. People are confused as the barrier starts to break, and several monsters are passing through it. The guard, looking up, doesn't understand what's happening. Another soldier, sweating profusely, asks how the monsters managed to break the shield. Quickly, the crowd starts to panic, pushing each other. Duan swiftly prepares for battle. Surprising Feng, he tells the protagonist that this could be another high-level invasion of the kingdom. Feng, shocked upon hearing this, asks if it was similar to what happened last night in the city of Sucheng. Duan asks if they should intervene. He asks the protagonist if he has a solution. Duan ponders the protagonist's question, thinking that he could easily handle the situation, so why was he asking for solutions? However, he assumes that the protagonist might be testing him. He asks Feng to stay calm because he will take care of everything. Feng considers that there are many people around, and it would be better not to get involved. He asks Duan to handle the situation. They observe the chaos, with people running and screaming for help. The horned demon lands on the ground, letting out a malicious laugh. However, one of the soldiers shoots several arrows at the monster, shouting for it to die quickly. The monster simply deflects the arrows as if they were nothing. Soon after, another warrior jumps onto its back, but the demonic monster counters, slashing him and throwing him far away. One of the soldiers becomes desolate, wondering how that was possible since they couldn't even scratch it. The monster starts walking, saying he's disappointed because he thought there would be someone strong among the humans. He says this as he approaches the people, who freak out as he gets closer, begging for help. He stops in front of a poor little girl, preparing to kill her, attacking her, and saying that everyone there is truly useless. However, his attack is blocked. It was Dwan with his dagger, leaving the monster confused and giving the girl time to run away. The demon becomes furious because someone was interfering with his killing. With a sinister look, Dwan makes it clear to Feng not to worry, as he would take care of the problem. The demon begins to laugh, saying that everyone is useless. He says this, but immediately receives an attack from Dwan, which throws him far away. The demon is shocked by the attack, as it managed to wound him, but soon he is terrified as he sees Dwan leaping toward him, eyes filled with bloodlust. Dwan unleashes countless blows on the demon, leaving him no time to do anything. People, upon seeing Dwan in action, are amazed, saying that guy is incredibly strong, and judging by his abilities, it's likely that he's at a high level, possibly from a 5-star hidden class. Dwan walked calmly as the demon exploded behind him. At that moment, Dwan was at level 137, and his class was a mystical warrior, a 5-star hidden class. Feng, in his thoughts, is also amazed, thinking that Dwan was incredible and seemed to have something special about him. After Dwan finished off the monster leader, the remaining creatures began returning to the rift, while the soldiers shouted for everyone to seize the moment and counterattack immediately. Dwan approaches Feng, asking if there was anything else he could do. The protagonist, smiling, gives him a thumbs up, saying everything is fine and complimenting him on the excellent work. The people watching from afar comment that Dwan is a formidable fighter, noting that the protagonist was showing respect to him. They wonder if he might be the son of some great family, as he was accompanied by a bodyguard. Dwan extends his hand, offering the items dropped during the battle with the boss. Feng is pleased because they are of legendary quality, and even if he can't use them himself, selling them would easily bring in tens of thousands of crystals on the market. People start shouting, asking if they needed anything, saying they could help with anything. Feng imagines that the agility skill book False Entry would be perfect for Wang Yue, and the black shield would be good to sell later. A priest and a warrior approach the protagonist and Dwan, asking if they could have a moment of their time. Someone begins to thank them for saving the city of Longbaofu. He introduces himself, saying his name is Mu Dongming, the mayor of Longbaofu, and, finding it odd that they seem lost, asks if by any chance they aren't from around there. Feng sighs, saying that their intention was just to conduct some business, but they didn't expect to be stuck there, unable to leave temporarily, and, with an intense look, he asks if the mayor has any idea why they're stuck. The mayor starts to sweat nervously under the pressure Feng is giving off, asking if it was because of the alert. He immediately bows, apologizing, blaming the department for the mistake and for causing them trouble. Feng tries to explain, asking the mayor not to worry, as it had nothing to do with them, and in fact, it was his own fault. Dongming turns and asks for someone to bring the flight scroll he had just bought, saying he would give it to them as compensation for the inconvenience. Feng is surprised by this, as the flight scroll is a great item, being hard to come by, especially in a small city like Longbaofu, and, even though it can only be used once, it provides quick and convenient long-distance travel. The mayor takes the opportunity to say he has a rather embarrassing request. Things haven't been very peaceful there in the last few days, and he asks if they could stay in Longbaofu a little longer, since, as they've noticed, the city's defense is weak. The mayor places a hand on his head, saying he regrets it, but he is out of time and won't be able to grant the request. However, he imagines that the class change mission has a 3-day limit. If they delay there, they won't be able to complete the first change ever again. But, looking at the protagonist, he imagines the crushing look in his eyes and says, it's fine, that they'll leave it for another time. One of the mayor's bodyguards returns, saying that the scroll is ready. Dongming informs Feng that this is the supreme black card of the Yuan Cheng Trading Guild, just a small token of gratitude and respect. Feng, looking at the card, is amazed, thinking that he had heard the supreme black card from the Yuan Cheng Trading Guild is issued only to a very limited number of influential individuals who have many privileges. It's no wonder the mayor could buy the flight scroll, as his position must be quite significant. Duan accepts the gift, and Feng expresses his thanks. The mayor, feeling embarrassed, hopes they accept the gift. If not, he'd worry about being at fault. He emphasizes that if the city of Longbafu is ever in danger, they can ask for their help. The protagonist responds that yes, it's no problem, as long as he has time. Everyone is happy, celebrating, as the city of Longbafu would be safe. Immediately, they use the scroll and fly away, pleased because the scroll was truly effective. Meanwhile, in the class change room in the city of Qinyu, Wang Yue's guildmates are happy, as she and Zhao Cheng were leaving. However, as Yue steps out, she notices something. She sees two trails pass by her. Yue is thoughtful about this, but Zhao approaches, asking what happened. Intrigued, she replies that she just saw two people flying, and she thinks one of them could have been Feng. He starts laughing, saying she must be mistaken, as a flight scroll costs thousands of crystals. How could someone like him afford that? Besides, what would he be doing there, since he had just awakened? Quickly, she turns around with a piercing look, warning him that if he talks badly about Feng again, he'll regret it. Zhao is shocked, wondering what's wrong with him compared to the protagonist. The rest of the group gathers, with the cleric asking them not to worry about those things. She also asks how the second change mission was going. Zhao responds that unfortunately, his was level A, as he couldn't get a level S mission. The Berserker says that a level A mission is already very good, as only the lucky ones get a level S. The warrior, flattering Zhao, says that completing the second transformation at 18 already makes him a supernova, coveted by the top universities, and a level A mission is a rare opportunity. The cleric, happy, asks Wang Yue how her mission is going. However, she keeps her head down, not saying a word, leaving everyone worried about her. The Berserker comments that Yue looks a bit off, asking if she had gotten a level C mission or lower. Zhao imagines that even the prodigy girl, so highly praised, has her bad days, as a low-level class change mission greatly affects attribute bonuses and skill unlocks. However, he beats his chest, asking her not to be sad because she can overcome all of it in the future, and if she can't, he will still be there to help. He says this, but in his thoughts, he imagines that falling behind with a level C task is a big setback. She approaches Zhao with a serious expression, asking if he wasn't upset about getting a level A mission, so why should she be sad for getting a level S? Hearing that leaves everyone impressed. The cleric asks why she didn't mention it before. Yue responds that her situation is different from the others because her mission unlocks a hidden class she had never seen before. Zhao is shocked, wondering how that could be possible, as classes are usually determined upon awakening. He's never even heard of unlocking a hidden class during a class change, thinking Yue must be mistaken. She starts remembering when she was at the class change field. The system notified her that class progression had detected that the player possessed the key item Vanguard emblem, which could advance the initial class Agile Shooter to Shadow of the Vanguard, and the class change mission would also change. In other words, the current class Agile Shooter advanced to the higher class Shadow of the Vanguard, asking if she wanted to advance or cancel. Intrigued, she wonders why that screen appeared and what it all meant. She's surprised to recall that the Vanguard emblem was a gift from Feng, as the item's effect was astonishing. Thinking back, she remembers how confident he was at that time, wondering if perhaps he knew about the power of that item. She immediately accepted the mission and thanked him for the gift. After explaining to her group what had happened during her mission selection, the cleric is outraged that she was so hasty. Zhao starts shouting, asking what Shadow of the Vanguard is, as he's never heard of it, and suggesting that perhaps the class change system was malfunctioning, and if she made the wrong choice, It could ruin her entire life. You had just asked them not to worry about her. The berserker says he's jealous, wondering how someone can have a 5-star hidden profession and still advance. The cleric mentions that she wishes she had a childhood friend like Feng. Zhao, hearing all of this, becomes furious, thinking that he also needs to send someone to find the emblem, and that, no matter the cost or danger, he must obtain it. At that moment, Feng grabs his sacred emblem, which permanently grants him an additional 5 life attribute points and 5 spirit attribute points, and it begins to shine intensely. Moving toward Feng's chest, the emblem completes its S-level mission. The system begins the class change. He starts to laugh, saying that not only did his attributes increase significantly, but new passive abilities were also added, and he wonders how far he can push his precise manipulation of forbidden spells. The system notifies him that he has acquired the passive ability, Domain of Darkness. His control over the power of darkness has greatly increased, allowing him to manipulate forbidden spells with precision. Outside, Duan is still waiting for the Proto when a person appears. It was Jing, intrigued by Duan, wondering why he would be with Feng, as it seemed like he was guarding Feng's entrance. Looking at him, she thinks that, according to the investigation reports, he was young, but already possessed the power of the 4th change, and even on a national scale, he would be considered one of the strongest. However, according to the team, when they entered, the fighter was always behind Feng, maintaining a respectful posture. Jing tells Qi Wei that her student wasn't easy to deal with, leaving her surprised. As she sees them coming toward her, she says to the teacher that she'll leave the situation in her hands. Qi Wei reassures her, saying she will confirm with Feng, as she believes he won't be an enemy. Feng and Duan continue walking, chatting casually, until they hear the teacher call him, making him turn immediately. Noticing teacher Qi Wei, he asks if, by any chance, she had said she wanted to discuss something. She responds affirmatively, saying there are some things she'd like to discuss with him. Duan says he'll wait, addressing him as Sir, which embarrasses the Prota, as the teacher didn't understand this Sir. Feng tries to play it off, asking her not to mind that, saying Duan was just joking. With a serious expression, she asks Feng if, by any chance, he has already completed the 1st change. He is shocked by the question, remaining silent, unsure of how to respond. He thinks that, although he didn't expect to hide his power for long, it was discovered very quickly, since the teacher has always been very attentive to him, one of the few people he can trust. He thinks she won't harm him. Smiling, he replies that yes, and that explaining it would be complicated, so he preferred only a few people to know. She says there is still one rather strange issue she needs to confirm, asking if he has been affected by the power of darkness. Surprised by the question, he wants to know why she would ask that, thinking it couldn't be about the exposure of his status in the system. Qi Wei explains that he knows the world is undergoing strange changes, and that, moreover, the invasion of the secret world into reality is intensifying. Many people have been affected by the power of darkness and are turning into new Tentu mutants. Feng smiles, saying he understands, and asks her not to worry, as he is not a mutant. But he starts thinking that the mutants are closely monitored by the government, and he doesn't want to get involved with them in any way. She reveals an artifact, asking him to test it with her, requesting that Feng inject his energy into that crystal, as it will show the amount of power of darkness he has inside. The Prota is reluctant about the request. The teacher, looking at him, begins to imagine that Feng is hesitant about the request, making her suspicious. However, he laughs, saying it's the first time he's been in a situation like that, so he's a bit nervous. He says this and touches the crystal, injecting a bit of his energy, causing the crystal to explode into several pieces. Panicking over what had just happened, Qi Wei is outraged, questioning how the crystal could have broken. Feng asks the teacher what was happening. She starts trembling as she recalls the conversation she had with Jing, where Jing explained that it was a black crystal, highly sensitive to the power of darkness, as it is frequently used by the government to detect mutants. When there is power of darkness, the crystal starts to vibrate, and the stronger the vibrations, the greater the amount of power of darkness. Looking at the shattered crystal in her hand, she wonders what it means for it to explode like that. Feng begins to explain that he knows it's quite incredible for someone to awaken and change class immediately after, making things strange for him. But he comments that she's known him for a long time, asking her to at least believe in his character. Intrigued, she thinks about how that child lost his parents when he was still young, and also awakened later than others. And to maintain such an optimistic and positive mindset is already something quite rare. She explains that personally, she trusts him, but for protocol reasons, she will have to report what happened to the superiors, asking him to understand. Feng responds that he understands, but at the same time, he imagines that, although she says that, he doesn't know what the authorities' reaction will be. Under these unexpected circumstances, he can only leave the city of Qinyu. She takes out an item that begins to shine, making the Prota ask what it was. Qi Wei says it's a gift she prepared for him, congratulating him on successfully completing the first change. He accepts it gladly, thanking her for all the years she took care of him. Feng takes out an item, saying he had prepared a gift for her as well. The item is the Sacred Wings of legendary quality, which grants an additional 20 spirit points, 50% more health recovery and healing effects, as well as 100% more resistance to darkness. She is impressed by the quality of the item, as the no need to chant effect can save lives in critical moments. Qi Wei says she can't accept it, as it's too valuable, but Feng insists, saying it's just an item he got during the class change mission, asking her not to be shy and accept it. Feng hands over the item and turns to leave, saying his friend is waiting, and if she doesn't mind, he's going to go now. The teacher watches him from afar, thinking about the legendary gift she had just received from him. Qi Wei heads to the office of the adventurer's examiners to report what happened. After the teacher explains everything, Jing looks at the crystal, saying she has never seen a situation like that, asking if there's any possibility that the superiors might consider Feng a threat. Jing, tired, asks to let it go and end it there. The teacher is intrigued, asking Jing what she meant by end it there. Jing makes it clear that her student might be beyond what they understand at this point, and if he truly is a strong adventurer, they should try to recruit him as much as possible instead of investigating him and needlessly irritating him. Her advisor asks if they should report it. Jing replies no and requests to stop the investigation into Feng immediately. All related information should be kept highly confidential. Qi Wei immediately agrees, thinking that Feng is young and without much background. Protecting him this way is more than appropriate. Jing, still intrigued, responds that since Feng doesn't want to expose his secrets, they should shift their attention to Duan. Currently, they need all the talents they can recruit, and one more strong ally wouldn't hurt. Back at Feng's house, Duan, calling the Prota Sir, notices that he seems a bit upset. Feng, slumped on the couch, replies that the teacher just sent him a message saying that they canceled the investigation on him. Duan asks if that isn't good news. Looking like a living zombie, the Prota responds that he's worried about how he'll train in the future, as every time he destroys a domain, it always attracts a lot of attention. He's even drawn the attention of the authorities, and if he continues, eventually, he'll face a lot of trouble. Duan becomes irritated, thinking that it's not easy being a great leader, as even his problems seem different from those of ordinary people. He had never imagined that destroying a domain would be like that, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't know how to react. He gets an idea and asks Feng if it wouldn't be possible to train in unregistered domains, which gets Feng a little more excited. Duan explains that recently, with the world's changes, many new domains have appeared. Some of them aren't managed by the authorities due to a lack of resources, while others are occupied by evil forces. Immediately, the Prota perks up, saying that could be a great solution, and quickly asks if Duan has information on these domains. Duan replies that he currently has information on 2 of them and can look for more if needed. Relieved, Feng thanks him, thinking that acting like an ordinary person will surely be more effective than acting like a student. And, looking at his supreme black card, He thinks about selling his loot at the trade market and resting a bit. After all, improving his use of curses shouldn't put him behind others. A while passes, and night falls. Dwan quickly returns to the hotel, thinking that he had spent too much time at the Prota's house and didn't have time to look for another place to sleep, so he decides to stay another night there. Upon entering, he is greeted by a man in a suit. Dwan asks who he is. They sit down, and the man in the suit introduces himself as Zhang Ji, the mayor of Qinyu City, thanking him right away for helping during the domain invasion last time. He then asks if Dwan is interested in living in Qinyu City permanently. Dwan responds affirmatively, saying he had been thinking about it lately. Ji is pleased to hear this, saying it's great because it would be an immense pleasure to have a strong warrior like him in the city. Handing over a special adventurer certificate issued by the city with high privileges, he makes it clear that if Dwan ever needs anything in the future, he just has to let them know, and they will do their best to help. Dwan takes the certificate and looks at it. The mayor begins to sweat nervously, worried because he had heard that other cities had tried to recruit Dwan before, but were all rejected. Qinyu City is small, so he hopes Dwan won't disdain it. Dwan puts the certificate away, thanking him right after, saying he will indeed accept it. Quickly, Ji grabs his hand, saying that there is no need to thank him. It is he who should be doing that. Dwan thinks that, in the future, the Prota might use it, deciding to keep the certificate for now. Satisfied with this, the mayor imagines that Dwan is a 4-transformation strong man. With him there, the city will be safer. Trying to gain some favor with Dwan, the mayor asks if by any chance he is looking for a place to stay, as he will arrange one immediately if he is. Dwan just thanks him. At that moment, the Prota continues playing his game, achieving a victory, saying he played so much that he didn't realize it was already late, deciding to sleep. However, he notices that the class group is still chatting at this hour, deciding to take a look to see what they are talking about. Reading the conversations, he imagines that his classmates awakened when they were 16 and wanted to take the university entrance exam, but they first need to reach the 1 advancement level or higher. He never imagined that he would surpass all of them in such a short time. Right after, he notices that they are mentioning his name, saying he is just playing. He is astonished at this, as the guy is another fan of Miss Wang, wondering if he is stalking his feed on his account, because what does he have to do with this? He also notices that the teacher scolded the guy right after, telling them to mind their own lives and not worry about others. Feng bursts out laughing, saying that Teacher Qi is really cool. However, something catches his attention in the group's conversation, noticing several comments about the secret realm invasions. People were worried about it, wondering if they should be concerned. Feng becomes worried upon reading those messages, remembering what he heard about the world changes from Teacher Qi and Dwan. He recalls the time he fought the invasion monsters, where some of them managed to escape because if they hadn't, he would certainly have killed them. He imagines this and immediately goes to sleep. At that same moment, in the world of distortion, the boss sneezes, feeling worried because out of nowhere, he started feeling fear. The next day, at the Chung Trading Exchange, Xin returns to work after recovering from the battle she had with the distortion monsters. Quickly, her colleague shows up, asking why she is there since she hasn't even fully recovered from her injuries yet. Xin replies that she wasn't hurt that badly and that she is fine at the moment. Her colleague responds that she talks big, then asks if she is eager to get back to university. She turns around, shouting that it has nothing to do with it. However, her colleague finds it a shame because the Prota turned out to be a reckless thief who dared to mess with someone from the 4th change. Xin starts shouting louder, asking her to stop talking nonsense about Feng because he would never do such a thing. Her colleague begins to laugh, saying that Mr. Wang ordered an investigation into the Prota's background, making it clear that Feng is just an 18-year-old nobody who awakened to a 1-star job and that his parents died early. Therefore, he doesn't have the means to acquire high-class items. After all, someone from the 4th change was after him, and if he's not a thief, then what else could he be? She says this, but is soon startled as a stone spike appears in front of her, falling to the ground afterward. It was Feng, using his ability, apologizing because she was too insolent and almost made him lose control. She turns, surprised that he is there, and quickly yells for the guards because he had used magic inside the Chung trading exchange. Shin runs to him, urging him to leave before the guards arrive. Feng simply asks her not to worry. She explains that the influence of the Chung trading exchange is enormous. An ordinary person cannot afford to offend them because, if they catch him, it will be a big problem. At that moment, several people start appearing. They are the guards and Chief Wang, asking the protege how he dared to show up there. Feng becomes serious, saying he heard they were investigating him behind his back and had labeled him a thief. Wang makes it clear that whether he is a thief or not, they will find out soon enough, ordering the guards to seize him, as he had no qualification to ask anything. Quickly, the Prota takes out his black card, showing it to them, and asking if they treat all their clients this way at the trading exchange. Immediately, the guards freeze upon seeing the black card, leaving the young woman and Chief Wang stunned, questioning where the Prota had gotten that supreme black card of the trading exchange, quickly assuming it was fake. Feng explains that it was a gift from Mr. Dong Ming. Wang yells at the Prota, asking where he got it, as it was clearly a fake card. Feng puts the card away, telling them to investigate it since they are so good at that. The redhead, frightened, asks her boss what they should do at that moment. He quickly grabs his phone, asking her to keep an eye on the protege while he makes a call to verify. Outside, a crowd begins to gather, asking what was happening, as the guards had blocked the way. At that moment, Mr. Wang is talking to the mayor, and Dong Ming asks him if, by any chance, someone was investigating the membership card he gave to the Prota, and what was going on, leaving Mr. Wang instantly scared upon hearing that. Sweating profusely, he tries to explain that it was nothing, just a misunderstanding. However, he becomes even more worried, imagining that the mayor's father is one of the founders of the trading exchange, so he cannot anger him in any way. He then wonders how Feng met Dong Ming. However, the mayor starts shouting indignantly, asking what he meant by a misunderstanding, making it clear that Feng was a very difficult conquest for him. He asks if, by any chance, Wang had offended him. Not knowing what to answer, Wang explains that he hadn't offended him at all, asking Dong Ming to calm down because he would resolve everything properly. The mayor gets angry, slamming the table, suspecting that Wang had offended Feng, asking how he dared to do such a thing, and telling him to wait, as he was on his way immediately. Wang, after finishing the conversation with the mayor, starts crying, wondering where the hell Feng met Dong Ming, wanting to know about the relationship between the two. But soon he has an idea, remembering Duan, thinking that he must call him immediately, informing him that they found the fighter set, because if he comes for a confrontation, even Dong Ming will have to respect him a little. Some time passes, and the Prota is sitting with Shin in the waiting room. However, the mayor and Duan appear together, running toward them. Asking what they were doing there, Shin is surprised because it seemed like the mayor and Duan knew the Prota. Both, furious, turn to the woman, leaving her extremely scared, asking why they were looking at her like that. But soon she notices Mr. Wang, all dejected as if he had been defeated, then asks what happened. However, he can only reply that it was all over. Dong Ming turns to the Prota, asking if, by chance, he didn't want them to apologize. Feng thinks it's unnecessary, as neither of them would care to apologize since they couldn't redeem themselves. Immediately, the mayor points his finger at the two, telling them to leave at once. Both are shocked by this. Wang quickly slaps the woman, saying that all of this happened because of her. Dong Ming, outraged at that scene, asks the guards again to remove them. After that, they head to a VIP room. Both sit down, and Shin starts serving tea. The mayor watches her, thinking that Feng has a good impression of the girl, feeling relieved because they didn't completely ruin the trading exchange's reputation. Shin, looking at the Prota, thinks that he is amazing because he was smiling and chatting normally with the important people there. Smiling, Dong Ming tells Shin that she was wronged, asking her to work hard because in the future, the trading exchange will compensate her. Embarrassed, she thanks him, saying that she will indeed work hard. Feng apologizes to the mayor because on his account, he came from very far away. Dongming asks him not to say that, as the prota's problems were his too. If it weren't for him and Shin, the city of Longbofu could have been left without the prota to defend it. Remembering that he had noticed Feng looking at the rare items catalog, he then asks if he needed something. He starts laughing, saying that he was indeed looking for something, asking if he had ever heard of the final relic. Surprised by what the prota just said, he asks him what he means by final relic. This also leaves Duan intrigued about this final relic. Feng is surprised they don't know, saying it was nothing, as he saw someone mentioning it on the internet the day before and thought it might be something interesting. Remembering that the day before, he had taken the skill book he had received from the teacher. This skill book is called Spiritual Energy Powder. It is used by mages to temporarily replenish skills during combat. Intrigued by the book, as he doesn't know what kind of forbidden spell it will become, he says this while a glow emanates from the book, but he soon decides to learn the skill from the book, with an intense glow appearing on his forehead. At that moment, the system informs him that he has learned a passive skill, Absolute Darkness Convergence. It absorbs the residual dark energy from the final relic, transforming it into his own energy. He is immediately intrigued, wondering what this final relic is. He has never heard of it, and the system did not provide further explanations, leaving him wondering what he should do. However, he feels tired and sleepy, thinking he should sleep and leave this matter for another time since he won't use it at the moment anyway. Recalling that day, Dongming says that it was a rushed departure that time, asking them to go to Longbofu City as he will cover all the expenses there. He says this, quickly grabbing his flying scroll, using it to return to the city, while the two watch him fly away. Feng invites Duan to eat something, but he asks the prota to eat at his place. At Duan's house, the prota is surprised by the size of the house, asking if the mayor was really paying for it. Duan explains that they said that anyone above the 4th change level who wants to stay in Chinyu City would receive special treatment. He then asks the protier if he would like to move there, as Duan can find another place. Feng sits on the sofa, saying it's unnecessary because he will make some money and even buy a house there, making it clear they will soon be neighbors. Duan tells Feng that if he needs money, he can lend it to him, but the prota quickly interrupts, saying he doesn't need his money. He imagines that he recently sold equipment and accumulated plenty of crystals, which he can exchange for money to buy a mansion, so it wouldn't be a problem. But he soon thinks that he would have fewer crystals available, and if he needs them later, it will be complicated if he has already bought the house. He decides then that he will wait a bit. After chatting for a while, the tea arrives, and the prota immediately starts drinking it, feeling relaxed as it was excellent. Duan explains that they have a dedicated chef there and had even called him, letting him know they would be arriving soon. The prota is pleased with that since it was quite convenient. At that moment, Duan's phone starts ringing. He answers, greeting the mayor of Chinyu City, but Zheng quickly says that there is something that might be a bit of a nuisance for him, informing him that the investigation team sent from above is looking into the recent disasters that occurred in Chinyu City, and as such, would like to get some information from him. Duan is surprised by this, and, looking at the prota, imagines that the investigations might affect Feng, so it's better to ask what he thinks first. He then tells the mayor that he is busy that day. Zhang replies that it's all right, asking Duan to let him know whenever he is free in the coming days. After explaining to the protier the matter the mayor mentioned, Feng asks what this investigation group is, as he has never heard of these people. Elsewhere, a sinister warrior appears, saying that the city is strange because they are talking about a mysterious great boss. In the meeting room, several important people are gathered, asking if anyone there knows this mysterious great boss. Jing responds that she doesn't. Bang Wei, intrigued, asks if they haven't heard anything, so why would there be rumors that the mysterious great boss had saved the city? She explains that it was mainly because the secret area invasion was suddenly halted at that time, and the mutants that were invading were also eliminated. Stressed, he asks if she is joking, because the danger level of the secret area invasion varies, and they can't use that as a basis before properly investigating. He makes it clear that, on the other hand, there was another accident in the secret area, with 2 attacks of King level or higher, asking what exactly the mysterious Great Boss had done. Jing lowers her head, thoughtful about what he just said. Qi Wei becomes worried because to protect Feng, Jing used her power and modified all the information that could be related to Feng, and with that, all the pressure of the incident fell on her. At that moment, Mayor Zhang burst through the door, informing them that he had just called Duan, but he said he couldn't attend the meeting because he was busy. Bang Wei becomes furious, saying that he hates those adventurers who are out of control. As a watchdog without a guild acts like the world belongs to them. He slams his hand on the table right afterward, asking to be put in charge of the investigation. After the meeting, he goes to the secret area. As he approaches the portal, he is stopped by 2 guards who were there. Smiling, he greets them, introducing himself and saying he is part of the investigation team and was there to enter and carry out some investigations. The guards quickly say there's no problem at all, and that with him there, they feel more at ease, asking him to enter right afterward. After passing through the portal, he notices several traces of dark energy, saying that although it's not the first time he's been there, seeing the level of destruction, he can't help but be impressed, wondering what kind of force is needed to completely destroy a secret area. Looking at the remnants, he imagines that even the residual dark energy is so pure and powerful, because no matter what kind of nonsense this mysterious great boss is, in the face of such an existence, it's like an anthill before an elephant. He immediately becomes ecstatic, shouting that this place is truly worthy of anticipation. Saying this, he raises his hand, making a sinister demon appear right in front of him, as if he were controlling it. He then lets out a malicious laugh, saying that it was indeed king level, filled with powerful energy all around, craving it all for himself. At that very moment, in Duan's house, the Prote continues playing his game, complaining to the system. However, an alert pops up from the system, informing him that the final relic has been found, leaving the Prote surprised. He imagines that something seems to be happening, as a connection is forming with him through the aura. If he focuses carefully, the connection becomes clearer, allowing him to locate its position. Feng grabs his shirt, stands up and puts it on. Duan appears, asking where he is going. The Prote responds that he is going out for a while. He then rushes out, asking Duan to finish the game for him. Feng hails a taxi and, looking at the GPS, guesses that the energy is coming from near the sinister cemetery. He realizes, through their connection, that this thing is moving. At the entrance of the sinister cemetery, the guards spot the demon emerging from the portal, notifying their superiors via radio that an unknown monster has appeared there. They both start trembling, asking what the hell that thing in front of them is, as Bang Wei had fused with the monster, calling for help because they couldn't move. Due to the monster alert, blockades were set up to prevent any accidents. The guards asked everyone to stop, as there was danger ahead. At that moment, the taxi driver tells the Prote that, unfortunately, they can't pass the blockade. He responds that it's fine, and that he'll get off right there. Paying the driver afterward, he notices that the thing had temporarily moved away. At the entrance of the sinister cemetery, the demon continued its rampage, destroying everything, while Bang Wei called for help. However, Jing suddenly appears, along with Professor Qi Wei and another person, charging toward the monster. But they quickly stop, horrified by what was right in front of them, asking what the hell was happening. Some time passes in the sinister cemetery after the battle. Jing is in Qi Wei's arms, who is trying to heal her. She tries to say something but can't due to her injuries. The professor imagines that, thanks to the equipment Feng had given her, she managed to reduce the cooldown time and use the support spell faster. However, the situation is still critical because not even Jing, who is strong, could stop the creature. Jing starts to stand up, trembling all over, asking where the creature was. Qi Wei explains that it had headed toward the city center, but Mayor Zhang had already called for help from Kang Na, though he didn't know how long it would take him to arrive. and it might be too late. Jing takes a deep breath, imagining that Kang Na is as strong as she is. So, alone, he won't be a match for the creature. The only hope left is for the person who is pursuing it. This will be the last chance. Elsewhere, the creature is destroying everything in sight, furious. At that moment, Feng arrives, looking at the creature and realizing that the final relic had grown much larger. The demonic creature notices the Prota standing there, as if he were a beast. He wonders if he will have to use other forbidden spells to take it down first. However, while he is thinking, the creature wastes no time, jumping at him with all its might, striking toward his head. The Prota remains motionless, waiting until the last second to act. He uses his dark shield immediately afterward, blocking the creature's attack. It starts to break out in a cold sweat, wondering if this is even possible. How could he possess such incredible power? At this moment, a system message appears, informing him that the final relic has been detected and asking if the Prota wants to absorb it. Feng wastes no time, accepting immediately, as he needed close physical contact to absorb it. He releases a terrible power toward the creature, absorbing it immediately while it screams in pain. With the absorption, various memory fragments and places were assimilated, gaining an additional 100 total attributes. Feng is pleased because, even for a 3-star class, leveling up from level 0 to the third transformation doesn't grant so many skill points to distribute so generously. However, he grows concerned, as it seemed that, in addition to the absorption, he had taken in something else, since he was seeing some strange images in his head. At that moment, Duan appears, asking the Prota what had happened there. Feng simply gestures toward the fallen creature, saying that it appeared out of nowhere and he killed it immediately. Duan, looking at Bang Wei, knocked out on the ground, says that it seemed like the Prota was also responsible for defeating him. He is intrigued by the chaotic scene around them, thinking that the mayor just mentioned that there was a monster invasion. He wonders if they were members of some evil sect, and although he understands that the Prota managed to eliminate the monster, he can't explain what happened to the energy around them, as it doesn't seem to be the result of a powerful spell. So, how did the Prota do it? Feng, smiling, pats Duan on the shoulder, asking him to handle the aftermath there, as he arrived just in time. Duan simply responds that he understands, telling him to leave it to him. After that, Feng takes off flying at full speed, leaving Duan astonished at the Prota's speed, wondering if he wasn't a mage, because that speed surpasses many combat classes. Shouting to Feng right afterward, he says that he truly is incredible. Some time passes after the confrontation with the creature, and in Yanbian prison, Bang Wei is incarcerated, having confessed that he tried to control the creature. Jing explains that he discovered the creature in a secret dimension by chance, and managed to control the power of darkness for himself. Taking advantage of the investigation, he injected the power of darkness into the secret dimension, but the creature went out of control. The mayor is pleased, saying that it's great because apparently they have the mysterious great boss maintaining the city's security. Jing smiles, as does Professor Chi Wei, because her student is doing an excellent job. The mayor turns to Duan and asks if, by any chance, he had met the great boss. He replies that he did, as he was lucky enough to encounter him once, leaving the women surprised by what he just said. Zhang asks Duan if he could do him a favor. If the mysterious great boss is willing to settle permanently in Qinyu City, they will do their best to meet all his needs. Duan explains that the great boss is discreet and rarely shows up, so it might be better to forget that idea. He recalls that, thanks to him and the Prota, they managed to shift the situation to this mysterious great boss who doesn't exist. In other words, without evidence, they cannot investigate. The mayor laments, as it really is a pity. Strong people like the great boss are admired by many. Duan makes it clear that the mysterious great boss has relatives in Qinyu, so he will take special care of this place, asking them not to worry. However, in return, he does not wish to be disturbed. Jing is intrigued by what Duan just explained, but she understands everything in the end. As for Professor Chi Wei, she wonders if, by chance, the great boss is a relative of Feng. After all this, at the Prota's house, he is taking a bath, thinking that the so-called final relic is actually the remains left by the demon kings who died in these secret dimensions. He imagines that the additional images he saw earlier in his mind are actually memory fragments of the demon kings during their lives, which were absorbed along with the relic. He then becomes intrigued, as he has no interest in becoming a demon king, wondering what purpose these fragments would serve. However, he soon thinks of something, imagining that they could actually be useful. He reflects that, under the accumulation of the power of darkness, these secret dimensions experience periods of strengthening. If the invaded time and space cannot withstand it, the world will face chaos. It is clear that in their time and space, the training path of the awakened is not complete, with only a few managing to reach the 4th level. Moreover, the professions of the awakened do not seem to have reached their most ideal form yet. He becomes worried as the information extracted from the Demon King's memory does not seem very good. If things continue that way, humanity will have only one fate. Even if he protects himself, he will not be able to live in a world full of monsters. But fortunately, they were not the only ones to suffer from the secret dimension invasion. In other times and spaces, some managed to repel the invasion successfully. If he can collect more fragments, selecting the useful experiences, it will be very effective. After all, these experiences are beyond current knowledge, and improper handling could lead to unpredictable consequences. Suddenly, his phone rings. Feng answers, laughing, and asks Yue if she has something important for him. She invites him to dinner that evening, making it clear that he must not miss it because they were celebrating. She had managed to complete her S-Class mission, and the transition to the Vanguard Shadow class was complete. Feng immediately accepts, saying that how could he refuse the invitation, especially since it was she who was inviting. This makes her happy to hear. She asks him to check his phone because she will send him the location. After sending the location to Feng, she and Zhao leave the transformation area, where their guild friends were waiting, bursting confetti right afterward, congratulating them for successfully advancing to the 2nd level. The people around them are amazed because, at such a young age, they have already reached the 2nd level. Zhao invites Yue to dinner, saying he has reserved a private room at the best restaurant in the city. However, she replies that she already has plans for the evening, asking them to have fun without her. She then announces that she will be the host at the event the following day, requesting everyone to be there. He asks her if they shouldn't rest first since they had worked hard during the transformation. Yue explains that it is something quite important and cannot be postponed. She says her goodbyes, while everyone watches her leave. Zhao gets irritated because they had barely reached the 2nd level, and they were already having disagreements. The cleric tries to calm him down, asking him not to speak like that because Yue is that kind of person. She must have something really important to do. Annoyed, he asks everyone there if they aren't tired of running after her, leaving them surprised by his question. Zhao explains that now that she has successfully completed the transition to S-Class, she has also awakened a new hidden class, making it clear that the distance between her and everyone there will only grow. The cleric is shocked by what he just said. While everyone watches Yue walk away, Zhao comments that he fears that one day she will completely disconnect from the guild. Some time passes, and night falls at the restaurant where the protagonist and Yue had arranged to meet for a celebration. Feng is amazed upon seeing the roasted lamb, saying that the restaurant wasn't expensive and that all their food was delicious, urging her to try it immediately. Still delighted, he says that being there was only possible because he followed her. Yue quickly thanks him for giving her the emblem, as it had helped her a lot. While he devours his lamb, he becomes intrigued by what she said and asks if the emblem had activated a new hidden class. However, he begins to imagine that in the Demon King's memories, they discovered that the awakened and their professions in that time and space hadn't reached their ideal form. He wonders next if emblems are one of the ways to achieve that state. Yue asks the protagonist if, by any chance, he knows where those emblems came from. Feng starts laughing, saying he wasn't very sure about them. She becomes frustrated upon hearing that, saying it would be great if they could buy them, as she would give one to the protagonist and the other members of her team. He feels happy, imagining that his friend is still the same, as whenever something good happens, she also considers his interests. Yue asks him not to worry, saying she will handle the emblem issue, and asks the protagonist not to give up on training, as in such a dangerous time, having extra self-defense skills is always useful. She makes it clear that once she finds an appropriate emblem for him, he might also activate a new class. Feng starts teasing Yue, saying that it's hard to train alone, as having her as a friend to protect him was already enough. Quickly, she is shocked, shouting at him to stop joking around, as she was talking about a serious matter. After saying this, she suddenly feels a discomforting pain. Feng becomes concerned and asks what had happened. She puts her hand on her arm, asking him not to worry, as she had gotten slightly injured while completing a mission. Immediately, the protagonist offers to heal her. However, she responds that she had already been healed, making it clear that it was an S-class mission, explaining that the boss dealt a lot of damage and she would need some time to recover. Feng is intrigued, wondering how difficult an S-class transition is. At that moment, the protagonist's phone rings. He answers, and someone asks if he was Ning Feng by any chance, but he doesn't respond, instead asking the caller what they wanted and who they were. He then imagines that the person had an aggressive tone in the way they spoke. However, the caller says that the protagonist doesn't need to know who he was, just asking him to answer where he had obtained the emblem. Feng quickly becomes fed up with that guy and leaves him talking to himself. Yue notices her friend became stressed and asks what happened. He responds that the caller had asked where the emblem came from. She is startled upon hearing that, explaining that she hadn't told anyone outside about the emblem. The protagonist simply picks up his delicious lamb to eat, asking her to let it go and to eat and drink in peace. However, he notices that the guy still hadn't hung up. Picking up the phone again, he hears the guy shouting, asking how the protagonist dared to leave him talking to himself, making it clear that he would pay for what he had done. Feng listens to all that nonsense, then becomes serious, imagining that Yue is nearby, so it would be better not to do anything to draw attention, and he hangs up the call immediately. After eating and chatting a lot, the two leave the restaurant happy. The protagonist puts his hand on his stomach, saying he was too full and had never eaten such good lamb. She feels happy to hear that, but soon becomes concerned, asking if he wanted a ride. He smiles, saying it wasn't necessary, and bids farewell shortly after. After returning home, he opens the door, feeling drowsy from eating too much. However, he becomes startled, noticing that his house had been ransacked and was completely messy. At that moment, someone calmly approaches, asking why Mr. Feng had taken so long. The protagonist quickly becomes serious, asking if it was him who had called earlier. The blonde guy starts laughing, saying yes, and that he had told the protagonist he would pay, making it clear that if he had answered honestly from the start, none of this would be happening. Feng then asks who had sent him. The blonde guy lets out a wicked laugh, asking the protagonist how a mere lowly awakened dared to speak in such a way, then asking if he hadn't had a teacher to teach him to show proper respect to the stronger ones. However, at that very moment, another guy sneaks up behind the protagonist, ready to attack him, but Feng quickly dodges and counterattacks with an elbow, hitting the guy square in the nose and making him drop his dagger. Feng adjusts himself as the other guy slides down the wall, knocked out. The blonde guy is quickly terrified, wondering what the hell had just happened. The protagonist starts laughing, telling him to show some respect and calm down. However, he begins to sweat profusely, worried, realizing that the information clearly said the protagonist was just a 1-star novice. Then, he wonders how a 3-star assassin had been defeated by a mere mage with bare hands. While thinking about this, he grabs a shuriken and, looking closely at Feng, notices that he has more than 100 points in all stats, and both his reaction speed and range had received significant improvements. Realizing that he could handle many situations easily without even using magic, He throws his shuriken at Feng right after, but Feng dodges with ease. Immediately after seeing the protagonist's reaction, the blonde guy runs, realizing the situation wasn't good and that it was better to retreat. He heads toward the balcony to escape and quickly jumps off. However, Feng grabs his leg, preventing him from escaping and slamming his face hard into the wall. After that, the protagonist orders them to clean up the mess they made. Then, shouting, he tells them they'll have to pay for the broken cabinet too. After cleaning everything up, the blonde guy says they've finished, informing that all their belongings, including their clothes, had been placed on the table. Feng crosses his arms, saying everything is fine, but he wants to know who sent them there. With his face all battered, he explains that it was Master Zhao Cheng of the Sovereign Lion Guild. He said that the protagonist had a special emblem that was unique and couldn't be found anywhere else, which is why he had hired them to gather information about it. Feng is immediately intrigued, wondering if that Zhao Cheng was the same mage from Yue's guild. As if that were the case, it wouldn't be surprising that he would do such a thing. He then gets excited, with a sinister expression, imagining that he won't be gentle with him, as he still had a forbidden spell he hadn't used, and he would use it especially on him. Immediately, the protagonist activates this ability, which involves the shadow ritual, using his mental strength to control the minds of his targets, briefly allowing him to transform into a powerful projection. Targeting the two thugs there, he makes them scream in pain. After that, elsewhere, Zhao Cheng and the shield warrior are walking and talking. The warrior asks Zhao about the emblem, and Zhao, with a serious look, replies that he had already sent someone to find Ning Feng, and if the protagonist didn't cooperate, he would make him experience a fate worse than death. The warrior is startled by the tone of voice his friend used, asking what would happen if Wang Yue found out. Zhao takes a deep breath, saying he couldn't worry about that. Sweating cold, the warrior says it was a shame the mission didn't go as planned. However, Zhao Cheng starts remembering the mission, in which, originally, he had let the shield warrior face the boss to diminish Yue's momentum, scare her a little, and then he would step in as the heroic savior. But he had never imagined that she would risk her own life and defeat the boss. Soon, he is startled, as someone had just appeared out of nowhere. Zhao, upon seeing it, was the guy he had sent to gather information on the Prota, gets angry, and immediately asks why he had shown up there silently, and if he had managed to get the information he had requested. However, the Prota, possessing the body of the blonde guy due to his ability, only asks if they were the ones who caused Yue's injury. Upon hearing that question, the two are surprised, but Zhao approaches, giving him a pat on the face and asking him not to interfere, then questioning if he had some sort of problem. At that moment, the Prota starts using his power, becoming furious, grabbing their necks with all his might and lifting them off the ground. He then makes it clear that they don't deserve to live in that world for having hurt Yue, but he won't let them die so easily. He says this, invoking black flames immediately afterwards, which quickly begin to engulf them. The Prota emphasizes what they had said earlier, something about a fate worse than death, telling them to enjoy the experience, burning them from the inside out until they turn to nothing but ashes. With that, he starts burning the blonde guy's body too, figuring that if they all turn to ashes, there would be no evidence, making it a good way to disappear without leaving any traces. However, he notes that this time things are a bit dangerous, as his home is in a common neighborhood, and he won't be able to prevent the entry and exit of high-level awakened individuals. Although he doesn't need to worry about them with his power, he can't stay at home 24 hours a day. He reflects that he originally planned to access the Demon King's memories and gather some important information, but luckily, he hadn't started yet, as if he were discovered by the Awakened. It would certainly cause major problems. After thinking all that through, Feng starts stretching, saying he will stay at Duan's house first, since he is an Awakened of the 4th transformation, strong, and the security in the housing area is of a high standard, much better. After saying that, some time passes, and Feng arrives at Duan's house. explained to him what had happened earlier. Duan becomes furious upon hearing everything, asking the protege to rest as he will investigate to see if there is anyone else conspiring against Feng, as attacking him directly was an unforgivable audacity. Feng takes a deep breath, asking Duan to stay calm, as there was no need to rush into anything, and then asks if he knew any reliable alchemists. Duan is surprised by the prota's question, wanting to know what criteria he had for the alchemist. Feng explains that the alchemist needs to be high-level, trustworthy, preferably independent, and the fewer connections they have, the better. Duan becomes thoughtful, saying he knows a few alchemists of good level, but they have already joined large guilds. The prota replies that it wouldn't be very appropriate, remembering that in the memories he absorbed, the Demon King had already killed a few high-level alchemists, and the potions they had produced were significantly superior to the level of that world. Unfortunately, he didn't understand the specific details, only managing to copy the recipes left behind, needing to discuss them with a professional. He then imagines that alchemists who join large guilds usually have no choice, and the risk of information leaks is high. And, after the lesson he learned, he doesn't want to attract greedy flies anytime soon. After talking, Feng asks Duan if there is any opportunity to help him look, as he will also ask others. Some time passes, and Feng calls Yue, asking if she knew any alchemists. She replies yes, just one, but a reliable one. He is immediately surprised and asks if she was really serious. Yue confirms, explaining that it was their healer's brother, Shu Wei, a good alchemist, and that he was considering joining her guild. But Zhao Cheng and he didn't get along, so they couldn't negotiate. She then asks if the prota is interested because she can introduce them. Feng, after hearing Zhao's name again, imagines that his friend, unfortunately, had the bad luck of having him as a teammate, but at least he solved a big problem for her, and Zhao Cheng won't cause any more trouble. Yue, intrigued, asks the prota why the hell he is looking for an alchemist. He explains that he had found some recipes at home and wanted someone to help him understand them. She becomes suspicious, asking if he had found something at home again. Feng starts laughing, saying he has been doing a good cleaning in his house lately. Yue asks him to wait a moment, that she will arrange everything as quickly as possible. Some time passes, and the prota goes to the place where the alchemist is, introducing himself. The alchemist also introduces himself, saying his name is Shu Wei, asking Feng if he could show his recipes. Outside, Yue and her friend are upset because her friend wanted to get closer to the prota, but her brother kicked her out. Yue, smiling awkwardly, imagines it's because she's too loud. Meanwhile, the alchemist continues examining the recipes, then says that the ingredients are not special, but the preparation method he had never seen before, seeming quite complicated. Shu Wei asks Feng if, by any chance, he knows the effect of that potion. He replies that he heard it would increase experience by 100%. Immediately, the alchemist is surprised to hear that, explaining that common experience potions on the market can only increase experience by a maximum of 40%, and they're still quite expensive. He muses that if there really is a potion that boosts experience by 100%, 1- and 2-star awakened individuals would level up quickly. Feng smiles, saying probably yes, but he's not sure, and it's not easy to ask around, so he came there to clarify his doubts. Shu Wei turns to the prota, asking him to wait a moment because he's going to conduct an experiment upstairs. Time passes as the three continue talking, but soon they hear a strange noise. Everyone becomes concerned, wondering what is happening upstairs. Yue's friend starts climbing the stairs, saying she'll take a look to see what it is. After climbing, she notices something jumping in front of her, soon realizing it was the slime her brother used for experiments. Yue and Feng also go up to see what's happening, but a burst of flame shoots right in front of them, hitting the slime. Everyone is surprised by that, and quickly rush to the alchemist to see what it was, soon noticing the shot came from him, as he was delighted, saying the potion had really worked, leaving the girls completely confused. Shu Wei approaches the prota, saying he drank a little of the prepared potion and tested it on the slime, concluding that the experience indeed increases by 100%. Feng is pleased, imagining that if that recipe worked, the others will too. At that moment, the alchemist throws his fireball again, hitting the slime hard. His sister explains that Shu Wei loves his lab so much that he doesn't let her go upstairs, and now he's breaking everything on his own. Some time passes, and after the Prota explains to the girls about the potion recipe, they become ecstatic, asking if it really increases experience by 100%. Feng nods, expressing that yes, it does. However, the alchemist asks the two to stay quiet because this is something that requires extreme confidentiality. Shu Wei turns, asking the Prota what he plans to do next, because if he sells that, he'll definitely make an unimaginable fortune, since right now, everything is very dangerous, and no one will refuse something that increases strength. Feng reflects on that, but soon hears a message arriving on his phone. He asks for a moment, because he's going to check some information first, noticing next that it was a message from Chi Wei in the class group, informing that the school's plan was to take all the third-year students to a secret location in the neighboring city to train for next Monday's event. And, since space was limited, each class would have to use the location at different times and areas, asking everyone to prepare properly and cooperate actively. Noting also that after the teacher communicated this, everyone started sending worried messages, fearing that experience would be scarce. There wouldn't be space for everyone, and there wouldn't be any experience potions. Feng, after reading all those messages, becomes thoughtful, wondering what could be done in that situation. But he quickly has an idea, explaining that regarding the experience potions, he plans to use them first on his companions and then sell them to trade Shirin them after some time. Yue's friend quickly asks the Prote if, by any chance, he considered her one of his companions. He responds that yes, he does. She gets super excited, saying that in the future, she and Yue will be his bodyguards. However, Feng remains thoughtful, imagining that such a sought-after item, once released on the market, will certainly cause a big impact, and consequently, profit opportunities will arise. People like Zhao Cheng, who are like greedy flies, will probably appear in large numbers. To keep the peace and calm, it's better to first nurture the people around them to support their power, because when someone has bad intentions, it will be time to act. Right after, the Prota remembers Yue's guild berserker and asks if his name was really Zhou Jiangshu, as the experience potions could also be considered for him. The two are pleased to hear that. Yue's friend says that, in fact, last night, the berserker was worried, thinking he wouldn't be able to get into the same university, but now he will be reassured. Feng imagines that Zhou Jiangshu is quite talented, and Yue's friend, being a cleric, is also good, so the two will be of great help. Shu Wei approaches the Prota, asking if he can call him brother, and if, by any chance, he has more recipes. The Prota replies that yes, he does, handing another one to the alchemist, who quickly starts reading it. He begins to sweat nervously, feeling disappointed with himself because he has never heard of the ingredients listed. He recognizes only 2 ingredients from the recipe, but fears he won't be able to prepare it with his current level of power. Immediately, Feng becomes intrigued, thinking that, after all, these are recipes from a different world. If they can use some of them, it would already be great. At that moment, Yue suggests that as soon as the first experience potions are ready, they should call the berserker and Shu Wei to train together. She pats the Prota on the shoulder afterward, saying he should go too. This makes him worried, and he starts playing dumb, but Yue interrupts him, asking him to relax, as the city just sent out a notice allowing guild teams to go out for training, so he could go with them peacefully. They quickly start discussing which day to schedule the training. Shu Wei makes it clear that he'll calculate because if they want enough potions for everyone, they'll probably be ready by next Monday. Yue says that's perfect, and will schedule it for next Monday, thanking them right after. The cleric replies that there's no need to thank them since her brother wasn't doing anything anyway. Meanwhile, Feng looks a bit clueless because no one had consulted him. Time passes, and Monday arrives. The Prota is already at the meeting place, telling Yue over the phone that he has already arrived. She just asks him to wait by the roadside because they will be there very soon. Meanwhile, a school bus passes by where the prota is standing. The people inside are from his class at school, and they ask if the guy standing there could be Ningfeng, their friend, until, looking closer, they realize it really is him, and that, apparently, he won't be training with them that day. Quickly, they start laughing and mocking the prota, but soon they decide to change the subject because to them, it wasn't worth talking about someone as useless as Feng. It was better to sleep so they could arrive rested for the training. Time passes, and several people are at the entrance to the secret area. Feng's school class also arrives at the location, noticing that there were a lot of people there. A student asks the teacher, Qi Wei, when they would be able to enter. She replies that probably in about 2 hours. The students, upon hearing that, become impatient, asking if they really had to wait all that time. Qi Wei responds that yes, they did, because they were in the second group. However, one of the students notices Feng up ahead and quickly calls his group to see if it was really him. They are immediately impressed, as he was with the goddess Wang Yue and her guild, Sovereign Lion. The student becomes even more indignant upon seeing Feng and his group entering the portal, and immediately asks Professor Qi Wei why they are entering without waiting in line. The professor, also impressed, explains to the student that Ningfeng is the leader of the Sovereign Lion Guild, so they are probably heading straight to the heart of the secret area, as there are fewer people there, which is different from her class. The student who had asked the professor becomes furious, saying that he should be the one standing beside the goddess Wang, while his friend next to him asks how Feng dared to proceed to the heart of the secret area, as any small monster there could easily kill him. At that moment, someone arrives, asking if by any chance they were talking about Wang Yue, who is ranked 5th in the national rookie rankings. Surprised and sweating, the student replies that they were indeed. The person who had appeared asking about Yue thanks the student and says, "That's great, because they are heading to the right place." Saying that, they head toward the portal, along with 2 other people. Feng's school students just watch them enter without having to wait in line. Once again, that student becomes furious, asking why those guys were also showing off. His classmate beside him asks if he didn't know who those people were. She explains that those 3, like Wang Yue, are all rising stars in the national rookie rankings. The girl in question is ranked 4th and is named Chang Muqiu. The big guy in 3rd place is Ji Qi, and in 2nd place, Gu Yunzhou. After that, Feng's group reaches the center of the secret area, and Shu Wei wastes no time. He throws an experience potion to Jiang Shu, who is ecstatic to learn that it's an experience potion with a 100% boost. Quickly, the cleric slaps his head, asking him to lower his voice because people around them shouldn't know. He just apologizes, saying he got excited. Jiang Shu turns to the alchemist and asks if, by any chance, that potion is very valuable. Shu Wei explains that it's actually not that hard to make, as the ingredients aren't that rare, and even the manufacturing method isn't that complex. He clarifies that's why the recipe is so valuable. If they can increase experience with relatively low cost, no one will refuse. He even speculates that, with just that, Feng could become an honorary guest at any major guild. At that moment, the cleric becomes very happy, telling Feng that everyone there was benefiting from his presence. Jiang Shu pounds his chest and makes it clear to the Pro TA that whenever he needs anything in the future, he just has to ask. Feng laughs awkwardly, saying that they're all part of the same team and don't need to be so formal. Yue, watching from a distance, just observes them laughing, thinking that Feng's personality wasn't good for socializing, and that's why he always had few friends, especially after the failure of his awakening at 16. Yue, feeling upset, imagines that people at school mocked the prota, which made him even more withdrawn. Looking at the prota, she feels happy because it's rare to see him so happy, talking, hoping he can recover from now on. Yue gives a slight cough to get everyone's attention and says she has something to say, asking everyone to listen. She explains that at the moment, they don't have a tank or a magic DPS, so during the battle, they need to ensure maximum safety, making it clear to the prota that he doesn't need to take action so as not to draw attention from the monsters. Yue then shouts that she will attract the monsters and asks Jiang Shu to deal with them. She then asks Shu Ting to focus on buffs and protection, and Shu Wei will act with the potions according to the situation. Quickly, everyone shouts that it's okay. However, the prota feels frustrated, thinking that this will slow his progress significantly, but out of respect for everyone, he will cooperate. After all, leveling up with forbidden curses is much faster, but since he's not in a hurry and is just understanding everyone's abilities, he decides to go along with it. At that moment, Yue wastes no time, grabs her bow, and shoots an arrow, hitting the monsters and causing a huge explosion. Drawing their attention, they charge straight at her. Shu Ting grabs her staff and uses her ability, buffing the berserker, who quickly prepares his attack and delivers a powerful strike to the ground, sending it toward the approaching monsters. Shu Wei doesn't miss the opportunity and throws experience potions, hitting the monsters. He gets excited right after, as the experience is increasing rapidly, and if it continues like this, he will soon be able to make a new potion. Shu Ting and Jiang Shu celebrate, knowing they could also reach the second stage before the entrance exam and get into the top universities with Yue. However, they hear a strange noise coming from the cave, and Jiang Shu immediately asks who it is. Gu Yunzhou, letting out a sinister laugh, apologizes, saying he didn't mean to laugh, but he couldn't help himself after hearing that someone who hasn't even reached the second stage was already talking about getting into a prestigious university before the exam. He says this while accompanied by his friends. Shu Ting and the Berserker are surprised, asking if they were really the top ranked in the national rookie rankings. Yunzhou, laughing, is pleased to know that their reputation isn't bad, as they were recognized quickly. This leaves the Berserker and the Cleric puzzled, wondering why on earth they would be there since they are from the area near Qinyu. At that moment, Wang Yue arrives, asking the people from the national ranking if they wanted something. As they were busy training, Yunzhou approaches with his friends, saying he wanted to speak specifically with Yue, then asks if she's interested in joining their team. Upon hearing this, Shu Ting and the Berserker are shocked by the question. However, Yue immediately declines, saying she already has her own team. Yunzhou, indignant at the refusal, responds that he knew, but points out that her team includes a mage named Zhao Cheng, who is ranked 14th in the national rookie rankings. And if he were interested, he could also join their team, even though Zhao Cheng is a bit lower in the rankings, but he would consider it a favor for her. Annoyed, Yue asks if she hadn't been clear enough, as she already said she didn't want to join any more guilds. He becomes frustrated, asking her not to reject the offer so quickly, because in places like Qinyu, the news can be a bit delayed. Yunzhou explains that due to frequent changes in the secret area, the monsters are becoming more difficult to deal with, and top universities are raising their admission standards. This year, they are admitting only elite teams or individuals with favorable conditions, and there are very few spots available. Smiling, he makes it clear to Yue that she would be missing out on a rare opportunity because new talents in the rankings are reshuffling their teams, and they are no exception. He explains that the reason they chose to invite her is precisely because of her team. After saying this, Yunzhou changes his expression completely, asking Yue not to forget that she was destined to become someone very powerful. And, looking to the side, Yunzhou hints that her friends aren't, leaving them outraged by the insinuation. Yunzhou, with a sinister laugh, says that weakness is the greatest sin. Immediately, Yue begins summoning her bow, as she didn't like his words at all. However, he asks her not to get worked up, making it clear that she is a ranged DPS, and it wouldn't be good for her to start a fight at close range. Shu Ting, scared, goes up to Yue and puts her hand on her shoulder, asking her to let it go and suggesting they find another place to train. She says this, and all of Yue's guild silently turn and decide to head elsewhere. However, the prota stands still, thinking that Yunzhou is really irritating, and, since Yue recently awakened a new class, wonders if she can defeat him. While he's thinking, GK stomps the ground hard, catching Feng's attention. Looking at the Prota, GK asks if by any chance he is Zhao Cheng. Feng replies that he is not. With that, GK lets out a sinister laugh and tells the Prota to get out of there immediately, as he's nothing but useless. Hearing this makes Feng furious. However, the Berserker steps in, asking GK not to be so disrespectful. This angers GK, who asks if by chance the Berserker wants to die here, throwing a punch immediately at him, which the Berserker blocks. However, he's shocked by the strength of GK's strike. Soon, Jiangshu cannot withstand GK's punch and takes the full blow. Concerned, Yue runs towards the Berserker, asking if he's okay, but Yunzhou steps in front of her, preventing her from passing. She immediately asks him to move, startling him with her expression, but they soon hear the Berserker telling them to stay out of it. Kneeling on the ground and in great pain, Jiangshu realizes he's in trouble, as it seems the punch broke a few of his ribs. He thinks that GK must be a cruel guy. He quickly gets up and tells Feng to back off, thinking that he can't let the protagonist get dragged into the fight that's coming. GK, standing near the Berserker, simply says that it's all useless, which enrages Jiangshu. He starts focusing his power into his fists, but is surprised by GK's speed, realizing he's about to take another hit and has no chance to block or dodge. At the same time, Yue and Shu Ting prepare themselves, but it's already too late. The blow is about to land on the Berserker's face, when suddenly, a hand appears, blocking GK's punch. It's the protagonist, easily stopping the attack, leaving everyone shocked. GK becomes frustrated, even more so when he realizes he can't move, wondering why someone dressed like a useless mage has such a powerful aura. Feng wastes no time, grabs GK's fist, and pulls him with great force, causing GK to scream in pain. Feng throws him far away as if he were nothing, smashing him into several rocks, which all collapse on top of GK, burying him. At the same time, Feng turns around, gives a sinister smile, and calls him useless. Immediately, Yunzhou runs to help his friend, but doesn't notice Yue preparing her bow, and he gets shot right in the middle of his butt. He starts hopping around in pain, unable to believe he just got shot in the butt. Shu Ting bursts out laughing, finding the attack truly hilarious. Muqiu is terrified by the sight of Yunzhou, then becomes frightened as she realizes that a mage defeated an unarmed berserker and that an archer hit the tank at close range. She wonders if perhaps this is a dream, since Gu Yunzhou and GK are part of the elite new talent rankings. At that moment, the Prota is breathing deeply as he wanted to be discreet, and he gets frustrated because he didn't want any complications. He turns to Shu Ting, asking her to stop being shocked and go ahead and heal the berserker. She says yes, and immediately starts healing Jiangshu. While she's healing him, the Prota asks the berserker how he plans to deal with GK. Jiangshu replies that he doesn't know, but he'll follow the Prota's orders. Hearing this surprises Feng, making him realize that his friend's opinions of him seem to be changing. He then asks the berserker to go to GK and take his equipment, telling Jiangshu to see it as compensation for GK having annoyed him. Yunzhou becomes outraged at what he just heard, asking how they dare to do such a thing, as it's clearly theft. Before he finishes speaking, he's startled by an attack that suddenly appears right in front of him. It's the Prota with a sinister expression, asking Yunzhou if, by any chance, he was saying something. Quickly, Yunzhou changes his expression, saying that actually, he also has equipment that could be useful to the Prota, and, if it would calm things down, he could take it without any problems. The Prota gives him a hug, saying that at least Yunzhou knows when to give in, as he personally doesn't like problems. And he makes it clear that if by chance Yunzhou dreams of planning revenge in the future, they will regret it. Terrified, Yunzhou promises that they won't do anything, as they aren't reckless. At that moment, Muqiu approaches, asking for her equipment to be accepted as well, and hands it over to the cleric. The Prota, seeing this, says that she seems to be a smart girl. Then, He asked them to continue training in another area, leaving Muchiu embarrassed since she was without her equipment. Immediately, everyone from Yue's guild gets excited, saying it was a great idea. After that, while walking through the secret area, Yue tells the Prota that she was thinking of taking him for training but never imagined that he would be so strong. He starts laughing ironically, saying that she already knew he had changed classes recently, but didn't want to draw too much attention because that would be problematic. Yue gets frustrated with the Prota's attitude, saying that she will just let it go and won't ask any more questions, as he's always like this, never saying anything. The Prota, still laughing ironically, makes it clear to Yue that she always understands him better than anyone. Quickly, she puts her hand on the Prota's shoulder, surprising him. And, very happy, she makes it clear to him that, regardless of everything, she was very happy for him. Feng simply smiles and thanks her afterwards. At that moment, Shu Ting and Jiang Shu approach the Prota, asking if by any chance he had already decided which university he would attend and which guild he was interested in joining. He simply replies that he hadn't thought about either question yet. They continue talking while Shu Wei asks everyone to wait for him. However, Feng becomes intrigued, imagining that both the university and the guild are places with strict management. A mistake could reveal his biggest secrets, thinking that it might not be a good idea for him to join either. He ponders this, but soon the Prota changes his expression, shouting to everyone that they can still go deeper into the secret area and speed up leveling up, as Yue can simply attract more monsters at once, and he, as the tank and main DPS, will take care of most of them, asking the others to handle the rest, which gets everyone excited by the Prota's enthusiasm. Content, Feng imagines that even though he can't use high-level magic, using attribute buffs and passive abilities might be enough. Some time passes, and the Prota goes to Duan's house, who is surprised to see him, saying that he finally returned. Feng is disappointed because he had worked hard for a few days and only gained 1 level, and if it weren't for the new experience potions, his progress would have been even slower since he got used to killing high-level monsters with forbidden spells. Feng sits down, thinking that usually people like Yue who start as novices can reach level 60 in 2 years until they complete the second transformation. He then considers entering a local university. However, he quickly changes his mind, saying that he doesn't want to think too much about the matter and will relax and be lazy for a few days because if he gets stronger and still has to work as hard as the others, what would be the point of becoming stronger? After saying that, the Proteus starts to relax, playing video games with Duan, sleeping over and over again, and going out to eat with Duan, until, while eating, the Prota hears his phone ring. Realizing it's Shin, he asks if she wanted something. She informs him that there will be an auction soon, and she heard that there will be good items there, and that the new Master Tang would like to know if he was interested in attending. Feng asks her if this Master Tang is the one replacing Wang. She answers yes. Bored, the Prota responds that he hasn't had much to do lately, so it would be a good idea to take a look. She makes it clear to the Prota that she will wait for him with Master Tang to bring the list of items for him to review. He says that's fine, and goes back to eating his food, imagining that the service there had improved, and he wonders if this Master Tang is much better at dealing with people than the previous one. Some time passes, and Feng, along with Duan, goes to the meeting. Master Tang Yikai introduces himself, saying he is an appraiser from the Sukin branch of the Yucheng Trade Exchange. The Prota stands up and extends his hand, addressing him as Master Tang, but Yikai, embarrassed, steps back, saying that the Prota doesn't need to be so formal since he's new there, asking the Prota to treat him like an ordinary person. However, Master Tang is thinking that before he arrived, Mayor Dongming made sure he knew to treat the Prota very well, and in Mayor Ming's opinion, even if the entire market focused on him, there would be no problem. He turns and asks Miss Shin to bring the auction item list to show Feng. Quickly, she hands the list to the Prota, and he starts looking through it, becoming thoughtful, realizing that there were only a few pieces of equipment and potions suitable for mages. none of which would be useful to him. As the Prota rapidly examines the items, Mr. Yiki becomes concerned because it seemed like Feng was reviewing the items too quickly and didn't seem to find anything to his liking. He starts wondering if he might have underestimated the Prota's abilities. Then, something catches Feng's attention, leaving him seriously concerned. Noticing that something had caught the Prota's eye, Yikai approaches, saying that Feng has a good eye because the item he was looking at was definitely something great. Yikai, pointing to the image of the item, says it's an experience potion that can increase experience gains by 100%, a very rare item, perfect for leveling up quickly. Feng remains silent for a moment, remembering the conversation he had with Shu Wei. Duan is also shocked to see what the item was, catching even Master Tang's attention, who is confused by the whole situation. Suddenly, Feng becomes serious, asking Yikai where they obtained that item. Feeling awkward with the question, Yikai responds that the item itself comes from the Blue Sharp Guild, then asks if something had happened to make the Prota so serious. Feng becomes intrigued, thinking that the Blue Sharp Guild is one of the 7 major guilds in the country with significant power. He then speculates that Shu Wei either secretly sold the potion formula to them, or they did something against Shu Wei. Feng turns and asks Yikai if the guild had mentioned where the potion came from. Yikai says he had only heard that they discovered a new instance called Trial of the Gods, which can only be faced individually, and that the instance seemed to be divided into several layers, with a corresponding reward given for every 10 layers completed. With that, the formula was one of the rewards obtained upon completing the instance. Intrigued, Duan says it's the first time he's heard of this instance, then asks if it was also one of the instance mutations, because according to official requirements, before exploring an instance, it was necessary to register with the specialized county, and basic information could be found on the dedicated website. Feng, thoughtful, starts wondering if, by chance, Shu Wei had encountered any problems, then considers that this Trial of the Gods seemed like an incredible place. However, at that moment, a system message arrives, notifying him that he has acquired the mission, Trial of the Gods, asking him to use the power of the Trial of the Gods for personal benefit with a time limit of 60 days to complete it, and the punishment for not completing it would be the elimination of the host. He becomes excited, as this is the first mission the system has given him, imagining that it will probably be something very interesting. Feng thanks Yikai but regrets, saying that this time he won't be participating in the auction. Yikai simply says there's no need to thank him, but makes it clear to Feng that if he needs anything in the future, he can seek him out anytime. However, he is worried, thinking that the experience potions were already the most highlighted items in the auction, and many guilds were eyeing them. He never imagined that Feng wouldn't be interested in them. At that moment, Duan asks Feng to stay there, as he would quickly check the information on this instance. But the Prota says he will go with him too, as he's interested in finding out. Some time passes, and Duan is researching like crazy about this instance, until he finds something and says that he needs the corresponding login authorization. But then he remembers the special badge that Mayor Zhang had given him. After using the badge, Duan informs the Pro-TA that he got it. Feng, looking at it, says that it looked like a tower. Duan explains that the Blue Sharp Guild has exclusive authorization, meaning they have official permission to manage it on their own, and without the guild's permission, outsiders cannot enter in any way. Feng imagines that these specialized instances of the major guilds are basically like that, but since the mission had already been issued and if he doesn't complete it, he will die, he starts thinking about other possible ways. After talking with Duan, the protagonist decides to head to the location of the god's trial. Using his teleportation ability, he observes the area, wondering why there were still sentinels there so late. He imagines that the Blue Sharp Guild has shared a lot of information about the test instance on their own forum to attract stronger players to join, which helped him understand a bit more. He thinks that if he uses stealth abilities to enter, they will never notice. With this thought, he smiles and then jumps, teleporting behind the sentinels without them noticing, heading straight for the rift. However, an explosion occurs, leaving the protagonist shocked, as the blast throws both him and the sentinels far away. Meanwhile, at another location, one of the people in charge of monitoring the instance area asks if they saw the large explosion that just occurred there. Another person yells that they will immediately inform the president. Elsewhere, at the protagonist's house to be exact, his ability begins to manifest until he suddenly appears and crashes into his bed. Covered in blood and screaming in pain, he wonders what the hell had happened there, thinking that he had only touched the entrance to the instance when suddenly, a powerful energy gushed out, completely breaking the purification barrier he was using. Worried, the protagonist desperately wants to know what had happened until a system notification appears, giving him an important warning that the system resisted an investigation, suffering 3% damage, which accumulated 3%. Then, another notification comes in, informing him that another 4% damage was inflicted on the system, accumulating a total of 7%. Feng can't believe that even his system took damage, wondering what kind of exploration ability that was. However, more and more notifications arrive, one after another, totaling an accumulation of 34% damage. Back at the instance area, several people arrive to investigate what had happened. A priest begins healing the guards injured by the explosion and informs the president that they were only stunned and their bodies showed no signs of injury. One of the guards starts to wake up and calls for the president. He approaches, asking what had happened. This person is He Shiyu, president of the Blue Sharp Guild. The guard explains that he doesn't know for sure, but mentions that the door to the trial of the gods suddenly exploded, and he fainted afterward. Shiyu, concerned, says that there were previous reports of this kind of situation, wondering if there had been any mutation in the instance. A mage, after hearing what the president just said, approaches and suggests that perhaps they should use that to investigate. He replies that it seems they have no other choice. Saying this, the mage quickly begins to use her ability, Temporal Zone. Concerned, the president thinks that, fortunately, this instance has a special spell embedded in it, which not only can record images within and around it, but also rewind time to investigate. He imagines this while the mage's ability rewinds time, leaving him shocked as they witness a shadowy creature emerging through teleportation. Then they notice another deity, calling the shadowy creature a malevolent god, and asking how he dared invade their territory in such a way, attacking him and hitting the mysterious shadowy creature. They are shocked to hear the name Malevolent God. At that moment, they see the other deity, furious inside the rift, saying that the mysterious person had escaped again and that they needed to find him at all costs because they couldn't let him destroy that world. They become even more frightened by the story of world destruction. Afterward, some time passes, and Shiyu shows the Temporal Zone abilities images to all the guild presidents present. Liu Yingzhen says that, based on the images recorded by the Blue Sharp Guild, this is their first confirmation of the real existence of deities. He emphasizes that although the identities of the deities are unknown from the spells they cast, it is enough to reach the level of forbidden enchantment from legends. Arca, president of the Endless Guild, tells Shiyu that he remembers them reporting that by overcoming the trial, they could gain the recognition and gifts of the deities, then asks if this was really true. Shiyu responds that there was indeed this kind of benefit in the instance, but they never imagined that a literal deity would appear. At that moment, Yu Linghua, the person in charge of the Aurora Guild, makes it clear that the key problem is those forbidden enchantment spells, which can destroy a deity, and that's not good news. Luo Yuening, the unofficial president of the Hope Guild, says that if the deity plans to destroy the world, they probably won't be able to handle it. Wang Bo, president of the Dawn Guild, says that since they could obtain the god's gift by overcoming the trial, he wonders if there might be a way to deal with the deity using these forbidden enchantments. Zhang Yanchuan, the unofficial president of the Burning Flame Guild, smiles, saying it might be worth trying. Meanwhile, Shi Yu feels intrigued, thinking that everyone there is always keeping an eye on the trial of the gods, as if they want to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail him. Suspicious, he says that if they all want to take part in the trial, he won't oppose it, but makes it clear that the creatures and objects in the trial of the gods are extremely powerful, and with everyone's current strength, they wouldn't be able to overcome them. At that moment, everyone falls silent for a moment. Soon, Ying Zhen asks Lao Feng if he has any ideas. He simply responds that what ideas could he have and what could he do, then asks everyone if they weren't supposed to be skilled. Ying Zhen tells him not to get mad, as he was called back because something big had really happened. Furious, Lao Feng says that, in everyone's eyes, besides protecting themselves against them, the mutants, there would be something else to report, as he heard that his apprentice had reported an anomaly in Qin Yu, and no one cared. Even so, they formed an investigation group. Curious, he still asks what had happened, since the investigation led nowhere and caused a big problem. And if it hadn't been for the mysterious big boss in Qin Yu, they would all be guilty of harming innocent people. Ying Zhen, unable to even look at the former leader of the Lone Shadow, asks him to calm down because his head was on fire again. Yuening, looking at Lao Feng, thinks that she had heard that due to the price of the dark power, he was getting worse and had already retired, never expecting to see him there again. Ying Zhen, with a serious look, tells old Feng that he would personally like to ask his apprentice to show the investigation video they had just watched to the mysterious Big Master of Qin Yu, and that perhaps, with the great power of the Big Master, he might know something. Sarcastically, Lao Feng asks if they had only remembered his apprentice now. Ying Zhen responds that he has 2 crates of good wine and will send them to him, and that the commendation for his apprentice's merits will also be approved soon. At that moment, Lao Feng is startled to see how serious Ying Zhen is. Meanwhile, at Duan's house, the protagonist is pensive, looking at his system, imagining that the mission hadn't ended yet, and a new one had already appeared. The mission's name is Don't Worry, it's something small. The goal is to reach the 2nd transformation and complete the system's repair. The deadline is 60 days, and the penalty for not completing the mission is the elimination of the host. He is stunned by the mission's name, thinking that his system might be damaged, but doesn't seem too worried. The protagonist gets out of bed and starts walking, wondering if he had made a mistake. Upon arriving in the living room, he notices several people there, along with Duan. Lao Feng stands up and asks the protagonist if, by any chance, he is Ning Feng. Feng responds that he is, and asks the old man who he is. Duan introduces him, explaining that he is the former head of the Lone Shadow and the current director of the Adventurer Management Department. He then introduces Miss Jing, saying that she is Mr. Lao Feng's disciple and is responsible for the Lone Shadow in their province. Duan explains to the protagonist that they are there to ask for help from the mysterious Great Master. Wasting no time, Lao Feng asks the protagonist if, by any chance, he is the Scarlet Flame Death God, leaving him startled. However, the old man starts laughing, saying he was just joking. The protagonist, looking at the old man, senses a sinister aura, thinking that he must have many merits, as he had participated in the development of several large secret areas and dismantled many evil adventurer groups. Being called the strongest mutant, almost all members of the Lone Shadow keep their identities extremely secret, but Mr. Lao Feng is an exception, as his presence alone is a threat. For the young, the old man is definitely one of the top 3 idols, and anyone who has a chance to talk to him can brag for a lifetime. Lao Feng says it's a pleasure to meet the protagonist, but he didn't bring anything special for him. He heard that Ning Feng was about to take the college entrance exam and then shows a box, saying it contains 5 million crystals and 200 bottles of advanced experience potions as an official gift for the protagonist, wishing him academic success. Feng can't believe the amount the old man just mentioned. However, the protagonist goes straight to the point, asking why they were there. Jing quickly explains that they were mainly there to ask the mysterious Great Master to watch a video, and since they were there, they could watch it together. She then activates the device, showing the video of what happened at the trial of the gods. where the deity was furious with this so-called malevolent god. Feng is shocked to be called a malevolent god. Surprised, he wonders how a common student like him could be a malevolent god, until the protagonist remembers his mission, telling him not to worry, as it was something small. He gets furious with his system, thinking that none of this was small at all, and considers that his system might be intentionally trying to deceive him. However, he tries to calm down, realizing he couldn't panic at all, as no one knew it was him who went to that place, so they would never be able to identify him. Feng, looking at both of them, says he understood and would send the video to the mysterious Great Master, and any news that came up, he would inform them immediately. Lao Feng thanks the protagonist and says they will head back and wait for updates, and that if they need anything, they shouldn't hesitate to contact Miss Jing. She hands her card to the protagonist, and as he takes it, he immediately realizes she was the woman from earlier in the transformation room, feeling frustrated, thinking it's no wonder he was discovered so quickly. After leaving Duan's house, the old man tells Jing that the protagonist is just as they said, a good, polite, and sensible person. He makes it clear that the official intention is to do whatever they can to bring the protagonist to their team if the opportunity arises. Jing, suspicious, asks her master if by chance he thinks Ning Feng and the mysterious Great Master could be the same person. He simply asks her if it would matter, then clarifies that Ning Feng wants them to believe he is a student. Thus, he is a student, and that's better for everyone. And giving 5 million crystals to a student, regardless of who they are, is an unquestionable gesture. After all, if the student becomes the mysterious Great Master, no one knows how they'll treat him in the future. Lao Feng also explains that the enemies are getting stronger, but since Shi Yu had mentioned in the meeting that everyone wanted the gift of the gods, but they weren't qualified to acquire it, the best thing everyone can do is wait for the mysterious Great Master to become their greatest support. Back at Duan's house, the protagonist is deep in thought, drinking his coffee, thinking that earlier, his system had detected damage in the tracking ability, possibly from some god investigating his whereabouts. He then remembers that this being was able to destroy his absolute defense with a single blow, indicating that this being had reached the level of forbidden magic, making them a very dangerous enemy. Feng becomes worried, thinking that his priority at that moment is to complete the 2 missions from his system. Repairing the system is obviously the priority, as he needs it to block the god's search. But the mission past the trial also can't be neglected. If he can't use the enemy's power, they could become a threat. Quickly, the protagonist asks Duan if by any chance Mr. Lao Feng had provided any more information. Duan replies that he had, and that he would quickly organize it for the protagonist. Showing the information from Old Feng, Duan explains to the protagonist that the internal structure of the secret trial realm seems to be a tower, divided into several floors. Since it hasn't been fully explored, the exact number of floors is unknown. He then highlights that the monsters inside are very powerful, much stronger than those in other secret realms. Currently, the maximum record is 42 floors, set by the president of the Blue Sharp Guild, He Shi Yu. The protagonist becomes concerned, as he still doesn't understand how the mechanisms of the Paris secret trial realm work. If he triggers another forbidden magic of the gods, his identity as the malevolent god would be revealed. And since his mission doesn't specify that he has to proceed himself, he wonders if he could send someone else in his place. Feng asks Duan if he has seen the video of Shi Yu going through the floors. Duan responds that yes, he had seen it. The protagonist, with a serious look, asks Duan how many floors he could reach. Duan, intrigued, says he might be able to get through 35 floors. Feng isn't surprised, as he expected it. Shi Yu is close to the 5th transformation, and his power is greater than Duan's. However, since Duan is someone he trusts, he'll be happy to send him to participate in the trial, and he considers preparing special training for Duan. Some time passes, and Old Feng is shocked, not believing what he's hearing. He asks Jing if the mysterious Great Master really intends to send someone to the Blue Sharp Guild for the trial. She explains that was Dwan's answer, and he also requested to use the Lone Shadow's training room for a special training period. The old man is intrigued, asking Jing because as far as he remembers, Dwan hasn't reached the 5th transformation yet. She confirms this. He begins to laugh, saying this will be very interesting, leaving her confused. But he quickly explains that the day before, the presidents of the 7 great guilds challenged the secret realm of trials, then asks her to guess what happened. She doesn't know what to answer, but he quickly replies that they all failed, making it clear that even old Liu Yingzhen couldn't get through. Jing is stunned, not believing it, saying that President Liu Yingzhen is one of the strongest in the country, and if even he couldn't pass, who could? At that moment, the old man gets so excited that his head bursts into flames, just like Ghost Rider, saying he's eager to see the result of Dwan's trial, as he is trained by the mysterious Great Master, wanting to know how far Dwan can go. However, the old man realizes his head is on fire again, scaring his apprentice. And looking at her master, she thinks those flames are the price he pays, constantly burning away his life. Worried about him, she wonders if there's really no way to help him. Some time passes, and the protagonist and Dwan are gathered in the training room with Jing and old Lao Feng. At that moment, Captain Zhou is amazed at the scene he's witnessing, as he's never seen people from the 4th and 5th transformation. Meanwhile, Jing's assistant says she heard that President Liu from the Guild of Power also wanted to go, but was stopped by Mr. Lao Feng. Zhou starts to recall when he was angry seeing the protagonist for the first time and begins to cry, relieved that he hadn't offended him back then, knowing he would have been doomed. Jing makes it clear to Dwan that as long as enough information is provided, the training room can simulate various combat environments, but only warriors of the 4th transformation or higher can use it. Dwan hands a device to Jing, explaining that all the information is on it. The protagonist, meanwhile, is happy, explaining to Mr. Lao that it's his first time there. Lao Feng says they have even better facilities. After this, Jing goes to the planning room and immediately connects Dwan's information device. She's impressed because Dwan detailed even the weaknesses of the monsters, thinking the most amazing thing was that the layers President Liu had just cleared were also included. Feng gives an ironic smile, thinking it's obvious since that secret realm was invaded by the Demon King, so all he had to do was extract the information from his memory. And who better than the Demon King to know the monster's weaknesses? The old man approaches Dwan and asks if he would mind if they also watched. Dwan replies that he doesn't, then asks them to feel free to offer advice. Lao Feng simply says they won't give advice because they're also there to learn, then curiously asks if the mysterious Great Master really said that the malevolent god would destroy the world. He asks with a sinister expression, leaving Jing terrified by the question. Dwan remains silent for a few moments, and soon remembers when he was at home, scared, asking the protagonist if the malevolent god really intended to destroy the world. Feng feels awkward with that question, realizing Dwan doesn't know he is this so-called malevolent god. However, the protagonist wonders if he should tell Dwan the truth. Even though Dwan is trustworthy, he couldn't risk being revealed. Wondering what to do, Dwan responds to old Lao Feng that he had asked the chief that same question, and he had answered with only 8 words. Both of them are curious to know what it was, asking what the chief had said. At that moment, Dwan repeats the chief's words, saying, "As long as I'm here, that won't happen." Lao Feng starts laughing, saying that was simple and full of confidence, very much in the chief's style. Jing, sweating nervously, asks what kind of awakened being the chief is to not even worry about the gods. Meanwhile, the protagonist is quite pleased, thinking he had used the right words without leaving any hint of suspicion. The old man shakes Dwan's hand, thanking him, and telling him that from that moment on, the secret realm of trials depended on him. After that, Feng and the old man go to a room to watch Dwan's training. Some time passes in the training area, and at this moment, Dwan is forcefully thrown against the wall, surrounded by several monsters. He lifts his head and prepares again as the monsters advance toward him. Dwan shouts, gathering energy, and then finishes off the monsters, though he is left quite exhausted. The protagonist, noticing this, asks Dwan if he'd like to rest for a bit. Dwan sits on the ground to catch his breath and tells Feng not to worry, as he'll just take a quick break and try a few more times. He imagines that he's been given a unique opportunity by the protagonist, so he can't disappoint him. Jing, impressed by Dwan's performance, comments that those monsters had already surpassed the 4th transformation limit, and says that if it were her, she definitely wouldn't have been able to pass the trial. Meanwhile, old man Lao Feng grows serious, remembering that he heard Jing mention that the protagonist awakened at 18, but took only a few months to complete the 1st transformation. Seeing how the protagonist achieved this feat, he considers that perhaps there's a miracle awaiting Dwan as well, as the chief might be able to break the current combat system and allow Dwan to reach a power comparable to a gift of the gods. Feng feels concerned, as he oversimplified things by thinking that knowing the monster's weak points would be enough to pass the trial, overlooking that humans have limits, just like equipment and skills. Even knowing the monster's weak points, if he can't reach them, it's all for naught. Looking at the exhausted Dwan, the protagonist considers that if Dwan fails the trial, he'll have to complete it himself. With little combat experience, the only thing he can rely on is forbidden magic, but that might pose a great risk of exposure. Then, he informs Mr. Lao and Jing that he'll be leaving, explaining that classes at his school will resume next week, and he needs to prepare. They respond that it's fine, and ask him to let them know if he needs anything. After leaving, Feng becomes thoughtful, imagining that before classes start, it's better to try to increase his level. It would be great to get some powerful skills or equipment to replace Dwan's. He goes to an alley and takes a scroll in his hand, thinking that to leave there without being tracked, his best option is still the flight scroll. The protagonist raises his arm to use the teleport, recalling that he had asked the trade market to buy a batch for him, thinking that this will suffice for a while. Then, he flies off. Upon arriving at his destination, Feng looks around for the rift until he locates it and feels pleased, as it's one of the 2 wild secret realms Dwan mentioned and is not yet under official control. However, upon closer inspection of the area, he notices signs of battle there, but the protagonist quickly brushes it off and heads towards the portal to see what awaits him. Meanwhile, near the portal entrance to the secret area, someone was stepping on the head of an adventurer. It was a group of mutants from the evil clan. The big guy asks his chief if he saw the flash that appeared nearby. The masked man remarks that it might have been a flight scroll. One of the clan members wonders if, by any chance, the person with the scroll was there to exterminate them. The masked man, chief of the evil clan, laughs and comments that this person is simply coming to their death because, in truth, the more of them that come, the more sacrifices there will be for the great Demon King. He then clarifies that, thanks to them, the Demon King had already gathered enough power, and because of this, the Demon King will rise again. At that moment, everyone begins to celebrate the return of the king, as that day had finally come. However, one of the adventurers' bodies had a communication device, and an adventurer on the other side heard the entire conversation of the evil clan. She immediately becomes worried, wanting to know more about this resurgence of the Demon King and what this secret realm invasion means. She wastes no time and goes to her superior to report, mentioning that the mutants from the evil clan said the mountain sanctuary would face a secret realm invasion that day. Everyone quickly becomes worried, commenting that the invasion of the secret realm will immediately corrupt the nearest city, meaning it will be in mortal danger, and they ask what they should do. The captain, sweating nervously, clarifies that Squad 4 had already been completely annihilated, and even if they went to them, they wouldn't be able to stop the invasion. He grows even more concerned, imagining that the monsters inside the sanctuary are very powerful, and that the magical shield won't be able to contain them. He turns and orders everyone to return immediately to warn the authorities so they can evacuate the population as quickly as possible. One of the adventurers, worried about his captain, asks what he will do. He explains that he'll stay to inform them of the situation in advance, because even with plenty of monitoring equipment, they won't know the exact time of the secret realm invasion. A member of the captain's squad remarks that they can't leave him there alone, but he shouts, urging them not to waste time and to hurry to alert the authorities about evacuating the population. Following the captain's orders, they rush away, saddened by leaving their captain alone against the evil clan. He looks up, frustrated, wondering why the invasion had to happen on that day. He takes out his phone and calls his daughter, saying there might be an emergency drill later and that she shouldn't be afraid, asking her to listen to her mom. His daughter shouts, asking where he is, and he explains that he's working, very busy, and called just to inform her about the possible emergency drill. Then, he hangs up, feeling genuinely sad because something very bad was going to happen later. However, he notices his daughter calling back. He answers with a smile, asking what she wanted. She shouts, questioning why he hung up, as she still had something to say. He asks what she wanted to tell him. At that moment, a dark energy echoes nearby as his daughter shouts, congratulating him, making him cry immediately, unable to believe all this was happening on that day. Meanwhile, the adventurers, rushing to alert the authorities, notice the dark power echoing and wonder if the invasion of the secret realm has already begun. They turn, worried about the captain. However, he was crying deeply as he found himself in a terrible situation, already near the entrance to the secret realm. The evil clan is awestruck by the power coming from inside the secret realm, thinking that surely the Demon King will bless them even more. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, the protagonist had frozen everything with his Extreme Cold ability. This skill, Extreme Cold, is a forbidden magic that summons an infinite ice disaster, creating a wave of cold that sweeps through the world. Feng begins to walk through the area and strikes an ice coffin, laughing and commenting that the monsters here yield a lot of experience, and that, with this, he quickly leveled up to 37 and can now learn a new skill. However, the protagonist hadn't noticed that one of the monsters he had frozen with his ability was precisely the Demon King the evil clan was waiting for. He opens his system and observes the skills he could learn, making his decision shortly after. Some time passes, and something begins to emerge from the portal of the secret area. The entire evil clan kneels and salutes the great Demon King. A person begins walking out of the portal. It was the protagonist, with his carefree manner. However, both the protagonist and the evil clan stare at each other, and Feng quickly becomes startled, wanting to know what the hell was happening there. Meanwhile, the evil clan leader is even more frightened, asking where the Demon King was. Little did he know that the Demon King was already dead, completely frozen. The clan leader observes Feng and, seeing that the protagonist doesn't recognize them, dismisses the idea that Feng could be an incarnation of the Demon King, let alone a blessed one. He's intrigued, noticing that all of Feng's equipment is that of a beginner. So, how could he dare to appear there alone? Then he recalls the flight scroll from earlier, wondering if Feng is an opportunist trying to ally with the Demon King, but got terrified by the powerful dark energy and got lost. Thinking this, he shouts, asking the protagonist if he was there to join the Demon King. Feng, not understanding a thing, simply replies no and says it's none of their business. The evil clan leader becomes furious, asking if the protagonist knows who he is, and introduces himself as Gu Zhao, an A-level wanted criminal with over 100 lives in his hands. At that moment, Feng couldn't care less about the leader and, with a menacing aura, makes it clear to everyone there that if they want to fight, then fight. Otherwise, they should leave immediately. Hearing this makes the leader even more furious, along with the other clan members, who start shouting that the protagonist will pay with his life for his arrogance. However, they all stop shouting, terrified, as they try to understand why the area is suddenly darkening. They soon notice a terrifying, malevolent face looming above them, leaving them horrified, wondering what the hell it was. Feng, immersed in his ability, has a sinister expression, eager to test his new forbidden spell, and tells everyone to enjoy the show. This ability, Abominable Vision, is forbidden magic that plunges enemies into a realm of illusion, capable of revealing all the enemy's weak points and using them to inflict brutal torture. With this, Feng analyzes the clan leader, noticing he has an injury on his shoulder caused by prolonged use of inappropriate skill equipment, which damaged his left shoulder, reducing his strength by 5%, agility by 5%, and the effect of his skills by 20%. Feng finds all this incredible, as the ability is extremely detailed, revealing weaknesses with precision. He concludes that with this ability, all enemies' weaknesses are exposed. He then decides to test it, striking Gu Zhao's shoulder, who screams in pain, horrified, unable to understand what's happening. The protagonist, seeing this, imagines that in the illusion world, he can repeatedly attack the weaknesses of trapped enemies, like a demon toying with a defenseless prey, concluding that his ability is called Abominable Vision. For this reason, he thinks that, even if the ability is very sadistic, he'll be able to exploit the enemy's weaknesses effectively. After the battle, some time passes. The captain is talking on his cell phone, mentioning that some time had passed and there were still no signs of the secret realm invasion on the mountain, adding that he'll go there to check. He clarifies that it's no problem because, if something goes wrong, he can try to escape, and whether he dies at the foot of the mountain or at the top makes no difference. Saying this, he runs toward the mountain base. Upon arrival, he's incredulous, wanting to know what happened there, noting that Gu Zhao, the Blade of Silence, an A-level wanted criminal, and his henchmen were completely eliminated. After the captain informs his squad members, the girl is surprised, as 4 teams of adventurers had sacrificed themselves to hunt Gu Zhao, and now he was dead. Another adventurer asks the captain about the situation inside the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, the captain is even more surprised, reporting that it seemed a massive ice storm had frozen everything, leaving no monster alive. The adventurer, concerned, quickly shouts, asking about the secret realm's boss, but hears the captain say that the Demon King had been destroyed, even surprising the girl. The captain explains that when he saw the boss frozen, he wanted to check if he was truly dead, and as he approached, the ice coffin where the Demon King was frozen suddenly fell. The adventurer, still concerned about the situation, asks if the Demon King was truly dead or not. The captain explains that no item had dropped, and he didn't receive any experience, concluding that the boss was already dead. The adventurer, still confused, asks if, by chance, the secret realm invasion might still happen. The captain kneels next to the Demon King's body, observing it, and thinking that, given the current situation, it's out of the question. He reflects on this, while the Demon King remains silent, terrified by the protagonist's power. After that, the protagonist returns to Duan's house and, noticing he wasn't there, immediately calls him, asking if he was still in the training room and telling him to come back and rest a bit. After Duan returns, he is frustrated, telling the protagonist he's stuck at level 45, explaining that his abilities aren't enough and that he feels he's disappointed him. Feng smiles and tells Duan not to worry, asking him to rest for a few days, explaining that the primary objective was for him to understand the situation in the Sanctuary of Trials. He adds that next week, he'll arrange a grueling training session for him. Duan feels relieved, seeing that the protagonist hasn't given up on him, and excitedly asks what the protagonist would like for dinner, offering to prepare it immediately. But before the protagonist can respond, Duan runs off, thrilled by the upcoming intense training. Feng just watches his friend's enthusiasm. Afterward, he sits down, feeling cheerful, as he plans to take advantage of the break to play a bit. While gaming, he notices a message from Old Man Lao Feng. In the message, Lao asks if they could level up together, requesting an invite to the game, mentioning that he's great as a tank. Feng can't believe it, wondering if someone hacked the old man's account. But then another message arrives, this time an audio where Lao Feng confirms it's really him. The protagonist is delighted to know it's indeed the old man, never imagining he enjoyed games. After playing together and winning the match, Feng tells Lao that he played very well and was skilled. Lao Feng explains via audio that he usually plays with his grandson, though now he doesn't play much since his grandson is busy with university entrance exams, adding that the protagonist and his grandson are the same age. Feng sends an audio message to Lao Feng, suggesting they play as a trio when they get the chance. The old man agrees, saying it's a deal. The protagonist smiles, thinking that Lao Feng is an honorable person with a high position in the authorities, and imagines that a relationship with him could make things much easier in the future. Lao Feng also tells the protagonist that soon, 3 major universities will organize a training camp to select excellent students for participation. In the end, they will be chosen for admission based on performance and receive abundant training resources. He adds that there are still 2 spots available and asks if the protagonist would be interested in one. Feng reflects on the audio, realizing that at first, he thought possessing a forbidden spell would be enough, not caring much about university. However, if he has to face the so-called gods without any combat experience, he might be at a significant disadvantage. Thinking this, he promptly responds to Lao Feng, saying he's interested. Lao Feng says he'll reserve both spots for the protagonist and mentions that if he has a teammate, he can register them as well. The protagonist thanks Lao Feng for his kindness. Lao Feng looks at his grandson's portrait, thinking that they are very similar and might even become good friends. Time passes, and classes resume at Chinyu City's No. 7 high school. In the 3rd year, Class 2, the students mention that this year, neither the common universities nor the top ones raised their standards for the combat course. They also heard that many university students failed the assessments, leading to delayed graduations or transfers to non-combat courses. One of the protagonist's classmates gets angry and asks if, by any chance, 3-star awakened individuals are the same as 1- or 2-star ones. He says this while pointing at the protagonist, who was drooling in his sleep at his desk. Just then, teacher Chi Wei enters the classroom, announcing that they'll have a new classmate and asks everyone to get along with her. All the boys are instantly fascinated and smitten by her. Chang Muqiu, feeling embarrassed, greets everyone and introduces herself. Feng immediately wakes up, remembering that Muqiu was the girl who caused trouble in the secret realm last time. After Muqiu's introduction, everyone becomes excited, asking if she isn't ranked 4th in the national rookie ranking, and if she didn't come from a prestigious school in the big city. She approaches the teacher and asks if she could sit next to the protagonist. Teacher Chi Wei thinks it's a great idea and agrees. Feng watches as Muqiu comes to sit with him, then looks ahead, noticing everyone was furious with him. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Zhang is furious, asking Principal Fang what trick he used to pull Chang Muqiu from his school. Fang tries to calm him, asking Zhang not to get too worked up, claiming he knows nothing about it. Stressed, Zhang points out that not only did Muqiu leave, but she also took the training camp spots, explaining that this could impact his school's approval rate. Fang, slightly embarrassed, considers that this year, the training camp has only 4 slots across the entire province, and 2 have gone to his school. He then muses that, with Chang Muqiu's addition, they might gain another slot. Quickly shifting his expression, he realizes it's no wonder Principal Zhang rushed over to complain he's in serious trouble. However, they hear someone knocking at the door. Director Fang calls for his assistant, who opens the door, announcing that someone wanted to see him, as they couldn't reach him by phone. The principal asks who it is, but clarifies that he's in the middle of an important discussion with Principal Zhang, which is why the person couldn't reach him, as his phone was on silent. Jin Jing informs them that the visitor is from the Adventurer Management Department, Mr. Lao Feng. Both principals are stunned to hear who it is. The old man enters the room, greets Principal Fang, and introduces himself. Both principals are still in disbelief at the visitor's presence, thinking that Lao Feng is a significant figure they'd only seen on TV. Lao Feng turns and introduces his grandson, saying his name is Feng Rui, who steps forward and greets everyone. Fang, sweating profusely, asks if there's anything he can help the old man with. Lao Feng smiles, placing a hand on his grandson's shoulder, and mentions that he'd like to ask a favor, explaining that his grandson plans to transfer to this school. They're immediately shocked by what they've just heard, and Fang starts recalling that Feng Rui is ranked 12th on the national rookie list, with the profession of Blood Knight from the Dark class. Fang also remembers hearing that Feng Rui was concerned about his uncontrolled dark power and, for this reason, hadn't shown his full potential. Otherwise, he could have ranked among the top 5. Director Zhang, frustrated, watches Fang, wondering why the old man's grandson would choose such an unknown school, especially since everyone on the new stars list has guaranteed spots in training camps. He then considers that this might mean Director Fang's school will get an extra spot. The old man continues explaining that their department has 2 spots for the training camps, which they intend to assign to outstanding students. Director Fang is pleased to hear this, but Director Zhang is left open-mouthed, unbelieving what he just heard. In disbelief, he thinks that in a province like theirs, which is falling behind others, there are only 3 or 4 spots in total. Fang turns to Director Zhang and mocks him, apologizing that he won't be able to accommodate him anymore as he's busy, which leaves Director Zhang furious. However, Fang wastes no time and asks his assistant to escort Director Zhang out. The old man and his grandson sit on the couch, and Director Fang cuts to the chase, asking if it's really true that the 2 spots are for Ning Feng from 3rd year class 2, since, if he's not mistaken, the Prota has only recently awakened. He then asks if Ning Feng can really go to the training camp. Lao Feng merely replies that it's up to the department, and the director needn't question anything. Fang is slightly embarrassed and makes it clear they'll cooperate fully. However, he's intrigued, imagining that the Adventurers Management Department is responsible for overseeing adventurers independently of the 7 great guilds, with immense power. And, with Lao Feng's influence, whoever gets his support will have a bright future. Next, he wants to know how the Prota managed to connect with the old man. Meanwhile, in the Prota's classroom, he is confused, as even his friends from the Sovereign Lion Guild have been transferred to his school, and he immediately asks them why on earth they were transferred there. The cleric, as cheerful as ever, mentions they just wanted to be closer to him. She explains that she heard the school tried to contact Zhao Cheng too, but he turned down the spot. She adds that's why the spot was given to her, and that the big boss also gave a spot to her brother. At this point, Wang Yue and Mu Qiu exchange intense glances. The berserker is excited to meet Lao Feng's grandson, and Rui smiles, saying the pleasure is his, and that he hopes to have the support of the Prote and everyone. Mu Qiu, feeling concerned, realizes she's not the only one drawn to the Prota, and thinks she needs to try even harder not to be overlooked by him, recalling she had prepared a gift for him, but needs the right moment to give it. At that moment, the other students observe the Prota's group with indignation, wanting to know what kind of relationship Ning Feng had with these people, because even without the Prota, this group was impressive for any high school in the country, and everyone really wanted to be talking with them. The protagonist feels pleased, thinking things suddenly got a lot more exciting, but he soon grows curious, wondering why Zhao Cheng turned down the spot and why no one seems to care about his disappearance. Meanwhile, at Zhao Cheng's house, his father sits pensively, and one of his guards reports there's still no news of the young master, asking if they really shouldn't contact the police. He takes a deep breath and says he's already contacted an experienced investigator to help with the case, and that they should have news soon, requesting they wait a bit longer. When asked about the situation at the school, the guard explains that he managed to secure an extended leave for the young master, stating he would be attending a special training. The director thought it would be a waste to give up the spot at the training camp, but didn't ask many questions. The young master's father thanks him for the information and says he'll take a look at Xiao Cheng's room, requesting not to be disturbed unless necessary. He then heads to the room, climbing the stairs, and upon arriving, goes to a wall adorned with various images and taps on one of them, which opens a hidden door. With a suspicious expression, he enters the secret room and approaches a dark altar. Meanwhile, at school, Rui Feng takes out an orb and explains to the protagonist that it's a skill book, a drop he obtained some time ago that might be useful for him. Feng is surprised because it's a book for summoning the water element, thinking that summoner is quite a rare profession, so this type of skill book is also hard to find and very valuable. Muqiu approaches and mentions that she also has something for the protagonist. Feng is even more surprised as it turns out to be a blade enchantment book, a skill of the battle mage, another rare profession. Realizing that these skill books are challenging to come by, he then thinks that both skill books are excellent, but he still can't learn them. As before classes started, he went to the secondary secret realm to level up. When he tried to enter, the system barred him, notifying that the realm required a group of at least 5 people. Due to a lack of information at the time, he ended up wasting the trip and couldn't unlock a new skill bar. On the other hand, he considers that both books he just received are more appealing than school, since he also needs to form more alliances as future information sources. Feng smiles and thanks them both for their kindness, mentioning he doesn't have much to give in return. He then takes out some experience vials, explaining that there are 40 advanced experience potions, half for each of them. Muqiu comments that she heard it's an exclusive treasure of the Blue Guild, and that only carefully trained internal members have priority access. Rui Feng imagines that item fetches a high price at auction and is quite hard to find, yet the protagonist is casually handing out 40 vials. Both the old man Lao's grandson and Muqiu are shocked, concluding that such support should be kept close. Yue calls the protagonist and says she also has a gift for him. He turns around and asks her to tell him what it is right away, as he doesn't like delays. She laughs and says that it's actually a new potion, Shu Wei refined, and asked her to deliver to the protagonist. She shows him the shining potion, and Feng is surprised by it. After that, the protagonist arrives at Duan's house, and he quickly asks Ning Feng why he arrived early. Delighted, the protagonist explains that all students attending the training camp can organize their free time, and since there was nothing important at school, he returned early. Duan, intrigued, remembers that the protagonist had said he'd put him through hellish training that week, but hasn't mentioned it again, wondering if his master has forgotten. Feng takes out an item and informs Duan that the potion is for him, explaining that it's a new potion Shu Wei just prepared, called the Nourishing Potion, which can heal internal injuries accumulated over time. He then asks Duan to drink a vial as they are about to begin hellish training. At that moment, Duan is excited, thanking the protagonist and promising to give it his all. He says this and promptly drinks the potion. Feng asks Duan how he feels. He replies that he feels his body warming up and that the areas that used to bother him feel much lighter. The protagonist is pleased, thinking it's truly a great potion, as the last time he was hit by a curse, he was left with some internal injuries, and after drinking a vial, he was almost completely healed. He then informs Duan that it's time for hell training, urging him not to get nervous and just follow his instructions. Duan, excited, shouts that he understands and can't wait to start. Feng asks him to let him know immediately if, at any moment, he feels he can't go on. The protagonist begins observing Duan, making him nervous, and then Feng uses his skill Abominable Vision. He can see all of Duan's weak points, noticing that his lung injury is in recovery, and wonders if it's the effect of the nutrient potion. He also notes that after Duan used the skill Energy Overload, he accumulated internal injuries, resulting in lung damage, a 2% loss in strength and stamina, and an 11% reduction in skill effectiveness. Feng makes it clear to Duan that he will first show him his weak points and then conduct specific training to address them. Duan, listening attentively to the protagonist, thanks him for the guidance. Feng explains that the Energy Overload skill isn't suitable for him as it causes lung damage. He further explains that the combination of skills was incorrect. Star Capture and Star Charge don't connect well, even though Duan usually relies on this combination. Duan is incredulous, realizing that his master truly has a sharp eye, having identified his issues so quickly. After that, the protagonist shouts, announcing the start of hell training, and Duan quickly prepares himself. Without wasting time, Feng strikes with his skill but changes direction just above Duan, who is startled. He quickly understands the protagonist's intentions, but it's too late. As he takes a direct hit, Duan kneels, hearing Feng ask how he's doing, and he promptly responds that he's fine and can still continue the training. Intrigued, the protagonist recalls that, thanks to those test subjects, he was able to familiarize himself with using his skill without impairing Duan's consciousness, bearing in mind that pain cannot be avoided. Duan stands up, feeling some pain, and thinks that his boss is likely the only person in this world who can make him stronger, and that he certainly won't waste such an opportunity. Then he gets ready and asks the protagonist to continue. After training for a while, Duan finds himself back in the training field. At that moment, a demon is furious with him, and he just stands, waiting for an opening. The demon attacks. He dodges effortlessly, leaping onto the demon, spinning in the air while concentrating energy in his dagger. Then, he drives the dagger into the demon's back, which roars in pain. With this, Duan easily finishes the demon, and brimming with excitement, smiles and asks for the next stage. The old man and Jing are surprised, and she comments that there are no more stages, as all the monster information he had provided was used up. At that moment, Duan takes a deep breath and falls to the ground. Overwhelmed with happiness, he begins to cry, commenting that thanks to his master's training, he was able to finish the monsters in the training field. Lao Feng can't believe it, remarking that in just half a month, he was able to elevate a 4th transformation warrior to such a high level, calling it simply a miracle, and noting that the agency will definitely need to maintain a good relationship with the great mysterious boss. Saying this, his head starts to feel hot, and Jing, noticing, quickly calls his attention. He starts laughing, asking her not to worry, explaining that reaching his age as a transformer is already a blessing. Jing, intrigued, imagines that Mr. Feng sent his grandson to study in the city of Qinyu with the intent of passing the torch. Still worried about the old man, she asks if perhaps the great boss has a way to ease the price of the dark power. Lao Feng, thoughtful at Jing's question, observes Duan lying on the ground and comments that they'll discuss it later, because first, they need to take Duan to participate in the Realm of Challenge. After this, at the Sharp Blue Guild, Lao Feng and Duan arrive and are soon welcomed by Liu Yingzhen, who introduces himself and mentions he's the leader of the Xianyu Guild. He adds that everyone behind him are presidents of the 7 great guilds, and that it's a pleasure to meet him. Duan imagines that all the presidents present are either 5th transformation warriors or close to it, and that not even his master could gather them all for a reception. He also considers that the divine apparition incident really left everyone disoriented, and that the only person capable of staying calm before the divinity is his master, which is why he's worthy of his title. Shiyu imagines that Ying Zhen has just surpassed the 5th transformation, and wonders why he's making such a fuss to welcome a 4th transformation warrior. Observing the others present, he feels stressed, thinking that all those old foxes are just using this opportunity in the secret realm to benefit themselves and make connections. After that, everyone heads straight to the portal. Upon entering, Shiyu comments to Duan that everyone admires the presence of a strong person there and hopes he can use the opportunity to show his strength in the secret realm. Duan, not paying much attention to Shiyu, replies that he certainly will. At this moment, Duan sets up his phone on a tripod towards the battlefield so the protagonist can watch everything. Everyone stands in front of the phone, wanting to know if it's true that the great mysterious boss would be watching them. Meanwhile, at Duan's house, Feng is quite relaxed until he notices that the battle has begun there and comments on Duan's impressive speed. Saying this, Duan continues delivering several fast attacks. All the guild leaders are impressed. Yingzhen remarks that Duan's abilities are truly incredible and that his speed has multiplied several times. Shiyu asks if Duan is really only in the 4th transformation, Still observing Duan's movements, he shouts that he has already surpassed President Liu. At that moment, Duan stands before a massive demon, but he isn't fazed and quickly finishes the demon without much trouble. With that, he receives a notification from the system congratulating him for successfully completing the trial. Everyone is in disbelief that he actually did it. Duan, astonished, looks up and sees a very bright light. The system informs him that he received the blessing of the gods, a reward for the first completion, granting him a forbidden spell from the gods. Immediately, all the leaders are shocked to learn that the blessing of the gods is actually a forbidden spell. Shi Yu, frustrated, realizes that the blessing of the gods is a reward for the first completion and wonders if, after someone completes the trial, there's no more chance to obtain it, since as it's his secret realm, the reward should belong to him. Meanwhile, the system scans Duan's body and informs him that his profession level isn't advanced enough to learn the forbidden spell. Duan, upon learning this, is surprised, as is the old man, who wonders what it means. Feng, watching this through his phone, thinks back to the memories of the Demon King, which showed that professions in that world haven't yet reached their ideal form, considering that this might be why he couldn't receive the reward. At that moment, the system informs that the reward has been adjusted to Emblem of Divine Grace. Duan is confused by this notice, wanting to know the reason for the sudden change. After this, the system informs Duan that he has 3 different paths for his profession's progression, and that his profession belongs to the Strength category, blessed by the primordial Holy Spirit of the 12 gods. He wastes no time and selects the Sword Path symbol, and with that, the system presents 3 options. The first is the professional path, Spiritual Sword Master, where the master controls the sword with life energy, being decisive and deadly, capable of unleashing uncommon force against powerful enemies. Next, there is also the professional path, Supreme Combat Saint, a profession that never uses external items, always pushing the limits of one's own strength, with each punch and kick possessing considerable power. And finally, the professional path, Celestial Warrior, specializing in using various types of weapons to defeat opponents and capable of observing and understanding enemies' skills during battle. Duan, after analyzing all options, considers that, since his weapon is a short sword, a type of dagger, it would be better to choose the Spiritual Swordmaster path. After selecting it, an emblem begins to appear, and the system quickly informs him that he has obtained the Emblem of Divine Grace, a high-quality consumable item, granting him an additional 4 points of permanent strength and 4 points of permanent endurance, as well as permanently increasing his vital energy recovery speed by 80%. The system further explains that the Emblem of Divine Grace is formed by divine power, containing the fundamental rules of the universe, and asks him not to fear and simply focus on absorbing it. Duan immediately concentrates and begins to absorb the emblem. Meanwhile, Yan Chuan, alarmed, asks everyone to look up, as something was appearing in the sky. At that moment, a system message appears in the sky, stating that the God's Trial, Ruins of Laurel City, has been completed with a world-class difficulty level and a Divine Grace emblem drop rate between 0 and 1%. To make matters worse, the message wasn't only shown at the trial site, but to the entire world. People are shocked and quickly grab their phones to record it, eager to understand the meaning of those words that suddenly appeared. Feng goes to the window and notices that the system is notifying him about the God's Trial, asking him to complete the secret realm and use its power to his advantage. Meanwhile, at the trial site, the leaders are in a panic upon learning of the trial's world level, and Leader Arca mentions that people from other places have also seen the message, speculating it might have been a global announcement. Soon after, Duan exits the portal and everyone rushes toward him. Ying Zhen thinks Duan's strength can no longer be measured as a 4th transformation, believing that the entire global evaluation system will be revolutionized because of him. He promptly asks Duan if, by any chance, he'd be interested in joining the Xianyu Guild. Elder Arka comments that the Jiwoo Guild offers extremely advantageous condition, guaranteeing total satisfaction. Not wanting to be left behind, Wang Bo asks if Duan would consider hearing the terms of the Xianjue Guild. However, Duan only smiles and apologizes, explaining that, at the moment, he isn't interested in joining any guild. After that, he returns home and, delighted, tells the protagonist that he succeeded and didn't disappoint his expectations. Feng laughs and congratulates him, commenting that Duan's own effort was also very important in completing the trial. After chatting for a while, they sit at a table, and Feng begins to sketch the emblem, mentioning that he couldn't see it clearly on his phone. Once he finishes the drawing, he shows it to Duan, then asks if the emblem of divine grace he mentioned resembles the sketch. Duan replies that it does, except for the design itself, but the shape is the same. Surprised, he immediately asks Feng if he also knows something about the emblems. Feng smiles and replies yes, explaining that he once obtained one after completing a mission and later gave it to his friend Wang Yue. Hearing this, Duan can hardly believe it, imagining that the protagonist can give away divine items as if they were nothing, realizing that his own efforts still seem far from enough. Feng, on the other hand, is intrigued, reflecting on what Duan mentioned about the emblem of divine grace being formed by the power of the gods. He wonders if, since he also possesses divine power, he'll be able to obtain an emblem in a common domain. However, he remembers another pressing concern, the matter of the 12 gods. Wondering if he will have to face them all, Duan further explains to the protagonist that, in order to obtain the divine emblem, the Guild of the Dead had already begun taking action, searching for more secret realms of trials, and that it would take a long time for all the guilds to become involved in this matter. Feng, intrigued, speculates that the system considered Duan's trial results as a mission completed, and then wonders if he could control those who pass the trial, thinking he could use that power for himself. However, he fears a potential issue, as the person who completes the trial might become an enemy. Feng also considers that the divine emblem is not his biggest concern. The real threat is that after passing through the realm of trials, one can learn forbidden magic, and if that magic falls into the hands of an enemy, it would certainly pose a danger to him. Exposing his existence to the gods would only lead to more problems. Feng takes a deep breath, reflecting on the numerous challenges he's faced lately, and wonders if there could be a way to ensure that all who pass the trial are part of his group, even though it seems difficult to achieve. At that moment, Duan catches the protagonist's attention, saying that he has something else to share but is unsure if he did the right thing. Feng, curious, asks what it is. Duan reveals that while he was at the Sharp Blue Guild, something happened. Shi Yu mentioned that it was somewhat embarrassing to say, explaining that according to their contract, the rewards Duan obtained in the Realm of Trials were to be handed over to the Sharp Blue Guild. Following this, Duan handed over the drops to Shu Yi, commenting that he couldn't hand over the divine emblem because it had already been absorbed. Upon hearing this, Shu Yi was furious, shouting for Duan to leave the divine emblem behind. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to leave. However, he quickly calmed down, realizing he only had the courage to say that in his mind. Soon after, all the leaders were astonished by the rarity and high levels of the items. Shu Yi, thrilled with the forgetfulness potion formula in his hands, realizes that it can remove a specific skill, leaving the skill slot empty again. As leveling up is difficult, skill slots are highly valuable, and one's skill choices can determine their future. Shu Yi concludes that with the potion, it's like having several new opportunities for choice. He then considers that, just like the high-level experience potion, this is another potion that could change the world. If they monopolize it, the Sharp Blue Guild will certainly attract more powerful people to join and soon surpass the official guilds. However, he's concerned about ensuring Duan keeps quiet and does not divulge the formula. With this in mind, he firmly tells Duan that, according to their contract, the potion formula must be kept in absolute secrecy and cannot be revealed to anyone. But before Shi Yu can finish speaking, Duan interrupts and says that he had already seen that formula before. attributed to the Great Mysterious Boss, clarifying that it was the exact same formula, because even if he doesn't reveal it, the boss could also produce it. Everyone is surprised, unable to believe what Dwan has just said. Frustrated, Shiyu insists they conducted an investigation beforehand, confirming that the rewards for the first completion of the Realm of Trials are unique and had never been recorded before. He then asks if Dwan was implying that the Great Mysterious Boss already knew the formula and if, by any chance, he had any proof of it. Dwan lowers his head, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Shiyu feels triumphant, thinking he has caught Dwan in a lie, warning him not to use the Great Mysterious Boss to intimidate him, as nothing that belongs to him can be taken away. Dwan takes a deep breath and replies that he doesn't need to prove anything to the boss. He then adds that, in fact, the high-level experience potion they had in their possession was also known to the boss, who had already produced it long before. Hearing this, Shiyu is left stunned. Desperate, he insists that it's absolutely impossible for the Great Mysterious Boss to know anything about the Realm of Trials. All the guild leaders are perplexed, wondering if Dwan's incredible power comes from using those potions. At this moment, Yingjun notices the elderly Lao Feng smiling openly and shouts, asking why he was smiling so broadly. Lao Feng casually replies that he remembered something that made him very happy. Yingjun, curious, immediately asks what brought him such joy, but Lao Feng simply responds that it's none of his business. Frustrated, Yingjun retorts that Lao Feng is being immature. However, the old man is intrigued, recalling how his grandson had mentioned that Ning Feng could easily get 40 vials of the experience potion from the Great Mysterious Boss because he didn't care about it. Lao Feng also reflects that his decision to transfer his grandson was indeed a great choice. Dwan approaches and remarks that if there's nothing else for him here, he will take his leave. Lao Feng turns and says he will return with him. With that, they both leave together. Lao Feng looks at Dwan and asks if, by any chance, the Great Mysterious Boss has other potions. He then explains that his body is being corrupted by the Dark Force, and it's worsening every day. With a somber expression, he admits that he still wishes to live a few more years to spend time with his grandson. Dwan replies that he will ask his boss. Lao Feng thanks him sincerely, expressing deep gratitude. After explaining everything that happened to the protagonist, Dwan quickly apologizes for making decisions on his own. Feng reassures him not to worry, as to his knowledge, Dwan hadn't done anything wrong, so there's no need to apologize. However, the protagonist is intrigued by Lao Feng's condition and considers that, if it's for him, they should help if possible. The only concern is whether the nourishing potion will work on the old man's body. Feng smiles and instructs Dwan to find an opportunity to deliver some bottles of nourishing elixir to Lao Feng for him to try. Dwan agrees, saying he will gladly do it. After that, Dwan heads to Lao Feng's company and upon arriving, asks Jing if the old man is there. She informs him that there was an important meeting, so he had to go to the main office. Dwan mentions he has some elixirs to deliver to the old man. Jing suggests leaving them with her, assuring that she will hand them over once Lao Feng returns later. Afterward, Jing heads to a room and rings the bell, puzzled as to whether Rui Feng is inside. Given that he had just arrived in Qinyu City and knew nothing and no one, she decides she might as well come back the next day. At that moment, a dark aura begins to seep from under Rui Feng's door. Inside, he is kneeling on the floor, trembling as the ominous aura surrounds him. Sweating profusely, Rui Feng starts hearing a sinister voice asking if he wishes to save his grandfather's life because it can help him, provided that Rui is willing to submit to it. Taking a deep breath, Rui shouts that he is the grandson of the great Lao Feng, demanding to know how the voice dares to betray humans by making demonic deals. The voice grows even louder in his mind, laughing as it declares that humans are weak creatures bound by strange rules, asking how long he will resist. It taunts that it hopes he will still speak this way when his grandfather dies before his eyes. Later, in the training field, Rui Feng sits alone in the stands, lost in thought about what the voice in his head had said. Suddenly, the protagonist appears, wondering why he seems so restless. Ningfeng then takes out his phone and asks Lao Feng's grandson if he would like to play the game Three Kingdoms to cheer up. Embarrassed, Rui Feng apologizes to the protagonist, explaining that his grandfather doesn't allow him to play games at school. Feng smiles, reassuring him that it's fine and that they can play together when his grandfather returns. He also comments on how impressive Lao Feng's skills are. Rui then explains that his grandfather learned to play the game because of him. The protagonist, confused, asks, "What do you mean?" Rui Feng explains that when he was a child, his parents died on a mission, leaving him deeply shaken. He became withdrawn, spending all day locked in his room, becoming somewhat antisocial. Because of this, his grandfather, Lao Feng, didn't know how to console him until he remembered that Rui used to enjoy battle games. Lao Feng secretly learned how to play them. In Rui's darkest moments, it was his grandfather who stayed by his side, helping him emerge from his shadows, which is why Rui is deeply grateful to him. Then, Rui smiles and apologizes to the protagonist for suddenly sharing all of this. Meanwhile, in a meeting room where Lao Feng is gathered with several others, one of them explains that the person on the screen is Peng He, a 4-star professional who is in his 3rd transformation. 8 years ago, he was imprisoned for maliciously injuring someone in the Secret Land and sentenced to 15 years. However, 6 years ago, during his sentence, he mysteriously vanished from prison. He then introduces another individual, Gu Ying, also a 4-star professional in his 3rd transformation. Previously, a variant under his supervision had mysteriously disappeared from his home 5 years ago. After introducing both, they start playing a recording. The Four Eyes individual explains that a few days ago, both of them suddenly reappeared in Peng He's old house in Xingyuan City and brutally murdered 2 elderly adventurers and their families, leaving no survivors. He hands some documents to Mr. Feng and explains that the 2 slain adventurers were members of the team that had captured Peng He in the past, suggesting that Peng He's motive might be revenge against Lao Feng's team. Worried, another person exclaims that, according to the records, the 2 dead adventurers were both 4th transformation experts. How could they have lost to 2 individuals in the 3rd transformation and been helpless while their families were slaughtered? The Four Eyes reveals that one of the adventurers' homes had surveillance cameras, which captured the battle scene. He then plays the footage, where an adventurer faces one of the assassins and without hesitation, strikes with his sword. However, Ying effortlessly dodges and with a dagger in one hand, stabs the adventurer. Witnessing this leaves everyone there concerned and incredulous. To make matters worse, Ying delivers several additional blows, piercing the adventurer's entire body, giving him no chance to counterattack. Nervously sweating, the person next to the old man comments that it's clear Ying has already surpassed the power of the 5th transformation. Lao Feng, seeing this, is also apprehensive, remarking that in a direct confrontation, he would probably not be a match for Ying. After all, this person had disappeared for years while still in the 3rd transformation, making him wonder what Ying had done and endured to reach such a level of power. Meanwhile, at the Cheng household, Mr. Cheng is restless. The door suddenly opens, and Ying and Peng He enter. Cold sweat dripping, Cheng comments that they've worked hard and asks if they've found any clues about his son's whereabouts. Peng He replies that they haven't discovered anything about the young master's disappearance, but while searching, they sensed an extremely powerful dark force. Shocked, Mr. Cheng asks what that implies. Peng He explains that lower-level favored ones can only use the dark force with the blessing of a demon lord, mentioning the man who previously died in Qinyu City, who was merely a pawn for a certain demon lord. With a sinister smile, Peng He clarifies that true favored ones, like themselves, are personally summoned and trained by the demon lord, meaning they lose contact with the outside world and undergo training in the secret realm for a long period. He then elaborates that the young master's situation bears some resemblance to theirs in the past, so he suspects that the young master may have caught the attention of a demon lord and was given the opportunity to train in the secret realm. In shock, Mr. Chung remarks that he only knows his son is performing some kind of ritual and wants to understand what Peng He is saying about it. Peng He replies that he's not entirely sure, but he inspected the dark room where the young master conducts his rituals and confirmed that the setup was correct. As long as his son continues with the sacrifices, given his potential, he should be able to attract the attention of a demon lord. Hearing this makes Mr. Chung excited, thinking he knew it would be like this, and that soon the Wang group will no longer be able to compete with him. Peng He hands a paper to Mr. Chung and asks if, after dinner, he could arrange a car to take them to a certain location. Chung, after seeing what the paper was about, asks if Peng He is looking for someone at that marked location. Peng He confirms this, and, along with Ying, with a sinister expression, makes it clear that they are going to visit a future disciple. Some time passes, and Rui Feng is thinking back to the time when someone informed his grandfather that his parents sacrificed their lives to seal the uncontrollable entrance to the secret realm, and that, thanks to them, the entire city avoided disaster. On behalf of all the citizens, they expressed their deepest gratitude and heartfelt condolences. After recalling this, Rui goes to the window and gazes at the stars until he hears someone knocking on the door. He approaches and asks who it is. Upon opening it, he sees two sinister-looking men and immediately asks who they are looking for. Peng He, with a wicked smile, asks if he is Feng Rui. The boy confirms, and Peng He asks to come in, saying they have some matters to discuss. Rui Feng turns serious and asks again who they are, thinking that these two seem quite strange and that there is a dangerous aura around them. Peng He, calling the boy Master, explains that they are there to check on him and makes it clear that from now on, he should call them elder brothers. Rui Feng is confused and asks what they mean by master. They mention that Rui Feng had met their master the previous night. Upon hearing this, he is shocked and, looking at them, notices a dark aura. It's the same aura that had spoken to him the night before. Without wasting any time, he equips his armor and prepares to strike them. However, he barely has time to react as his head is forcefully grabbed, and he is thrown against a wall, which shatters easily under Peng He's strength. Furious, the blonde one asks Rui how he dares attack his elder brother. The boy, equally enraged, struggles to remove Peng He's hand from his head, but he is soon struck hard in the stomach. Feeling intense pain and coughing up a lot of blood, Peng He lifts the boy's body and comments that the master had said he was being irrational and asked them to speak with him, explaining that their master holds him in high regard and is willing to grant him great power, which could even save his grandfather's life. Peng He tells him that if Rui agrees, he could become a great expert. Rui makes it clear to Peng He that there's no way he would ever accept that. Peng He shows disdain for the boy, but soon hears Ying reporting that he had searched the house and that Director Feng was not there. The blonde, frustrated, remarks that it's a shame because he wanted to greet the veteran. Trembling with rage, Rui begs them not to harm his grandfather. Peng He then releases the boy's head, causing him to fall face first onto the floor. Peng He says he's heard that sacrificing a loved one can unleash even greater dark power, and that old Lao Feng's life is now in the boy's hands. He gives him 3 days to think about it, stating that if he agrees to become their disciple, they will leave the past behind. With a sinister expression, Peng He explains that if he doesn't agree, in 3 days, it will be the date of his old man's death. Looking at a picture of Rui and his grandfather, he comments that it would be quite fitting for a gravestone. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of the savage tribe, a demon is furious and about to unleash a powerful attack with his axe. The protagonist, brimming with confidence, awaits the demon's attack and then uses his staff to effortlessly obliterate the monster, leaving no trace behind. Feng is frustrated, as he currently can't find a suitable place to level up, so he's left with no choice but to gather practical experience in regular dungeons. Just then, He notices his system prompting him not to worry about the mission, assuring him it's a piece of cake. The system then instructs him to reach the second transformation and complete the repair, giving him 43 days out of a maximum of 60 to do so. The penalty for failure would be the host's death. Feng realizes that at this pace, he'll have to focus on the nearby dungeons to complete the mission. Just as he's pondering this, his phone rings. He answers, asking Duan what he wants. His apprentice informs him that old Lao Feng wanted him to ask the protagonist something. Feng, intrigued, notices Duan's slightly hesitant tone, but quickly tells him to spit it out. Duan reveals that old Lao Feng wants to have the great mysterious master as his own master. Later, at the city's second hospital, the protagonist visits Rui Feng, who thanks him for making the effort to come. Feng gets straight to the point, asking how he's feeling. Rui explains that his body is fine, but he needs to be monitored to check if the dark power is under control, so he'll have to stay in the hospital for a few more days. He mentions that this is the special ward for mutants, and that he's never seen anything like it before. The protagonist laughs and comments that no normal person would ever be admitted there. Meanwhile, at the hospital reception, Lao Feng shows photos of Peng He and Ying, explaining that these two are extremely dangerous and pose a serious threat to public safety. The country has placed great importance on the case, but so far, there's no viable solution. Lao Feng then reveals that he held a glimmer of hope, but didn't expect the mysterious great boss to actually agree to the proposal. Duan explains to the old man that his boss clarified that it wasn't about accepting the old man as a disciple, but rather about finding an opportunity to help him train. After all, his boss prefers a peaceful life and doesn't want to see evildoers getting away scot-free. The old man understands and asks if the boss has any requests. Duan explains that his boss wants an independent training space. It doesn't have to be large, just secret, discreet, and convenient for his use. Additionally, he mentioned that the old man could also undergo special training there. Lao Feng agrees and promises to give the mysterious boss a satisfactory answer as soon as possible. However, just then, they hear a noise, and Lao Feng turns around startled, immediately rushing towards his grandson's room. Meanwhile, Rui is fuming at Peng He and Ying. The blonde, holding a basket of fruit, smiles apologetically, saying it was all his fault for being rude that day and for putting Rui in the hospital, so he felt guilty and came to check on him. At that moment, the old man bursts in and immediately recognizes the two intruders, his fury igniting like Ghost Rider. Peng He, suspicious, asks if the old man is thinking of attacking him. Lao Feng stands there silently, saying nothing. Peng He smirks and tells the old man that if he's not going to make a move, then they should say their goodbyes. He reminds Rui Feng that he only has 2 days left to think over their proposal. With that, they walk past the old man, who remains silent. As they approach Duan, Ying spitefully spits on him. After that, they leave as if nothing happened, while Duan simply watches them go. The old man calms down and apologizes to Duan for the embarrassing incident, but Duan reassures him to stay calm, saying it wasn't his fault and there's no need to apologize. Meanwhile, the protagonist is excited about the basket of fruit Peng He left behind and quickly asks Rui Feng if he'd like some, noting that they look fresh and shouldn't go to waste. After that, on the same day, Peng He, Ying, and Zhao Qing's father are enjoying themselves, drinking with a few women. The blonde man comments that he heard Miss Wang Yue from the wine group is quite interesting. Mr. Chung laughs and says that his son originally planned to use her as a sacrifice, then makes it clear to Peng He that if he wanted her, he was welcome to take her. Peng He starts laughing, but at the same time, the wall behind him suddenly shatters. Amid all the dust, 2 shadows could be seen. It was Ningfeng and Duan. Mr. Chung, furious, immediately asks who was there. Duan orders everyone to leave immediately, except for Peng He and Gu Ying. The blonde man looks at his friend and smiles, commenting that finally they had come for them. Ying wastes no time and leaps toward Duan with his lightning sword, striking immediately. However, Duan also acts quickly, drawing his dagger and effortlessly blocking Ying's attack. leaving him puzzled. Duan realizes that Ying has surpassed the 5th level and thinks that, without the special training from his master and the blessing of the gods, he would have been defeated instantly by Ying. Peng He's friend is shocked, wondering how Duan managed to block his attack so easily, but he quickly considers that Duan only needed to block for a moment, giving the protagonist behind him the opportunity to strike. However, when he turns, Ying notices Ningfeng calmly sitting, opening a snack and eating it leisurely. This drives him mad with rage as he tries to understand why the other guy was standing there eating something. Duan doesn't waste time and strikes, telling Ying not to get distracted in a fight. Furious, Ying summons his battle outfit and charges at Duan. Their attacks collide, unleashing an intense energy. The people present watch the fierce battle, and the women begin trembling in fear, wanting to leave but too afraid to pass by them. At that moment, Mr. Chung turns and notices Peng He radiating a sinister aura. The blonde man, enraged, releases his power. Meanwhile, the protagonist, completely calm, comments on how delicious the melon seeds tasted. Peng He, indifferent, attacks the protagonist, who quickly rises from his chair and defends against the blow. Peng retreats and, with his powerful sword, unleashes even more power. He then summons his armor, making his presence even more intimidating. Ningfeng also prepares for combat and activates his passive ability, Killer Nature, a dark curse that, when simultaneously wielding magical melee weapons, continuously increases all attributes, potentially reaching a maximum increase of 100%. Peng He, seeing the protagonist's aura, wonders if Ningfeng might be a battle mage, and how such a powerful battle mage could exist. Then, the blonde man notices a crack forming on the ground beneath him and leaps back, dodging the protagonist's black thorn attack. However, he is startled to realize that Ningfeng is attacking from behind, and that the first attack was merely a distraction. Peng He manages to block the attack at the last second, but quickly thinks the protagonist's techniques aren't that impressive, making him seem like an inexperienced novice. He changes his mind though, suspecting Ningfeng is doing this on purpose, and that there must be some kind of trick, prompting him to stay even more alert. With this in mind, Peng He, furious, delivers another powerful blow toward the protagonist, who merely waits attentively. He defends against the first attack, the second, and the third, and upon noticing an opening, strikes at the blonde man's neck. Startled by the attack, Peng He manages to block it, but is unable to stop the protagonist from relentlessly striking his entire body. Furious, Peng He realizes something is off, suspecting that the protagonist is growing stronger with every passing moment in the fight. While being cornered, Peng He shouts, asking Ningfeng to wait a moment. The protagonist is intrigued by the request, but decides to stop and listen to what the blonde man has to say. Peng He remarks that he doesn't know who the protagonist is, but suggests they sit and talk, as both are powerful and have no need to fight to the death. Feng takes a deep breath and responds that his goal is simple. Peng, he dies and he lives. Hearing this infuriates the blonde man, who yells at the protagonist not to be so arrogant, claiming that in his master's eyes, Feng is nothing more than an insignificant insect. This piques Feng's curiosity, and he asks who Peng He's master is, wondering if it might be the Demon King of the Secret Realm. Peng He confirms this and explains that his master is a force no one in the world can comprehend. He makes it clear that not only human adventurers, but even demon kings from secret realms, countless of them, have fallen to his master's hands. Moreover, he reveals that his master's favorite pastime is using the bones of powerful enemies to craft exquisite ornaments. Fascinated by the blonde man's story, Feng asks again if his master really killed demon kings and collected their remains. Peng He laughs and confirms. Hearing this excites Feng, who eagerly asks where Peng He's master is. Meanwhile, outside the building where the fight is taking place, Lao Feng's group is present. Jing comments that the battle is happening on the top floor, a property of the Zhao Corporation. He adds that witnesses who saw photos identified the residents as likely Peng He and Gu Ying. Lao Feng wastes no time and uses his detection magic, casting it toward the building and reaching the floor where the battle is underway. The old man observes the scene and soon notices the protagonist fighting Peng He. He confirms that it really is Peng He and notes that he doesn't seem to be doing well. He also explains that the other man, wearing a mask, has visible magic and must be using some kind of camouflage magic. The blonde man begins to sweat as the protagonist pressures him. As the battle continues, Ning Feng's attributes increase, reaching 60%. The old man, observing the fight, is impressed, thinking the protagonist's techniques are simple and direct, yet he manages to dominate his opponent with sheer attributes alone. He wonders where such a powerful warrior could have come from. When all of the protagonist's attributes reach 80%, he suddenly faces a massive demonic mouth that swallows him whole. Peng, he has transformed into a terrifyingly colossal monster, and, in his mind, reflects that he never imagined anyone could force him to use this technique. However, he is aware that this technique comes with a certain cost. The old man, witnessing the scene, is astonished, unable to believe the intensity of the battle. Meanwhile, Duan continues fighting furiously against Ying, who asks if he isn't worried about his partner being devoured. Duan calmly replies that Ying doesn't need to concern himself with his master because he isn't qualified to do so. He says this and slashes Ying, who is startled, unable to dodge Duan's quick attack. Duan then makes it clear that Ying, apparently, is also unqualified. Worried about the attack he just received, Ying begins screaming in pain. Peng He hears something and quickly turns, noticing it's Mr. Zhao, shouting that he is amazing and that these small fry weren't even opponents for him. Without mercy, Peng He slices Mr. Zhao's body in half, leaving the women nearby trembling with fear, unable to believe what they just witnessed. Furious, Peng He comments that Mr. Zhao was the one who was useless. Releasing even more power, he declares that since he had transformed, he might as well devour some stronger enemies. He says this while looking at Lao Feng's observation orb, which terrifies the old man upon realizing he's been discovered. Peng, he smiles, but moments later an explosion occurs. A massive power erupts from within Peng He, leaving him utterly confused as to what's happening. Then, the protagonist emerges from within the blonde man, who collapses to his knees, his stomach completely ruptured. Meanwhile, Ning Feng walks calmly, shrouded in his terrifying aura. Feng remarks that he has been using that ability for a long time, but still isn't sufficiently familiar with real combat. Seeing his partner's broken body on the ground, Ying screams in concern, but fails to notice Duan preparing to strike. Duan then delivers a blow that pierces Ying's body, causing blood to gush out from the devastating attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the women flee in desperation. Feng approaches Ying and tells him not to die just yet, as there is something he wants to know. Time passes, and in the secret realm of the Blood Mist Valley, a servant reports to his master that intruders have been sighted at the entrance to the secret realm. The Demon King orders him to inform everyone to stay away from the enemy, as he suspects they have come specifically for him. Confused, the servant asks for clarification. The Demon King extends his hand, revealing a shattered gem, and explains that the soul artifacts of Peng He and Gu Ying have been destroyed, meaning both are dead. However, before Gu Ying died, he activated his soul artifact. Because of this, the Demon King explains that he managed to vaguely hear a few words. He recounts that the words he heard were someone asking Ying where his master was, and that Ying revealed his master was in the secret realm of Mount Yuzu, and that he would take revenge. He says this, and then orders his servant that he himself will handle the enemy, as if the adversary was capable of killing Peng He and Gu Ying. Then his servant would stand no chance. Frustrated, the servant acknowledges the order. The Demon King, observing his servant's worry, reflects that, although his subordinates are loyal, they can only rely on his power, as only special races like humans can level up on their own and gain more power through sacrifice. Then, One of the skulls on his armor begins to react. Picking it up in his hand, he recalls that many years ago, he was just a regular demon king who stumbled upon the legacy of a high-ranking demon king. Through it, he not only gained immense power, but also learned how to control humans. With the help of these teachings, he repeatedly defeated his enemies, turning them into trophies. He says this while raising the skull of the ancient high-ranking demon king. However, he is suddenly struck by a massive electric shock delivered by the protagonist, who wanted to understand what kind of realm he was in, as the heavy mist prevented him from seeing anything. He had used his ability Descent of the Thunder God, which summons a massive thunderstorm that unleashes the power of celestial tribulation. Feng was also bored, as he hadn't encountered any monsters there yet. Suddenly, a system message notifies him that the legacy of the end has been detected. The protagonist becomes excited at the notification, remarking that it seems his system isn't damaged. He says this and begins walking, commenting that judging by the aura's source, the path is that way. After walking a bit, he grows excited, commenting that he has found what he was looking for and that it is in the hand of the black statue. However, he doesn't realize that the black statue is actually the Demon King, now charred from his attack. Wasting no time, Feng begins absorbing the fragments, wondering what had happened to the countless relics since there was only one. After absorbing it, the protagonist becomes thrilled, as all his attributes have increased by 100 points without using any abilities, and now he can crush most adventurers. Moreover, he has leveled up to 40 and can now learn new skills. With that, he picks up the skill book and becomes intrigued by the skill being a summoning curse, wondering if he could summon a great demon king or something similar, and whether this would make him even more of a god of evil. But he quickly decides to learn the skill first and see what happens later. The learned skill is Gate of Darkness, a forbidden spell that allows the protagonist to open a dark gate to summon a constant stream of dark creatures for 12 hours or a high-level demon lord for an unlimited period. Feng initially thought the skill might not be very useful, but upon realizing the potential of summoning a high-level demon lord indefinitely, he is surprised and finds it intriguing, deciding to test it when the time comes. Meanwhile, at Lao Feng's headquarters, Duan comments that those two individuals were very difficult to deal with and that, for safety reasons, they left no survivors. Lao Feng expresses concern about not being able to gather more information, but thanks Duan and the mysterious Great Master, acknowledging they saved his life and that of his entire family, and he doesn't even know how to repay the favor. Duan smiles and replies that Lao Feng is very kind. Jing reflects that, fortunately, the officials were willing to trust the master's judgment and make every effort to show goodwill to the mysterious Great Master, while skeptical voices had been suppressed. Otherwise, he doesn't know how much damage Peng He and Gu Ying might have caused. Lao Feng then mentions that the country also places great importance on the matter, and that he heard the mysterious Great Master was looking for a training space. Because of this, several locations were approved immediately. He says this while handing over 2 envelopes, explaining that they contain all the information. He further explains that the training facilities are all carefully constructed by the country, offering an excellent environment and infrastructure. They also ensure privacy, free from irrelevant personnel. Duan suspects that the training space his master mentioned is just a cover, as the master doesn't want to reveal his true training methods. With that in mind, he retrieves the information and decides to let his master choose for himself. Afterward, Duan and the protagonist visit the training base. Feng is impressed by the size of the facility. As they enter, Duan explains that the location is a newly built adventurer base in the country, codenamed Area 51, which hasn't yet been put into use. He adds that Lao Feng made it clear that if the mysterious Great Master liked it, the base could be assigned directly to him. Feng, in disbelief, asks if all of this is truly his. Duan confirms it. While touring the training area, Duan explains that the building has 10 floors, with internal spaces that include training zones, office areas, leisure zones, and common areas capable of accommodating about 2,000 people. Upon reaching the rest area, Dwan points out that the infrastructure is highly complete, featuring an advanced set of intelligent control systems. Passing through the dining area and reaching the rooftop garden, Dwan assures his master that if he wishes, there's no issue with staying there for 1 or 2 years. Feng becomes excited, imagining that he can finally cultivate his own forces, as the location is perfect. Afterward, they meet with Lao Feng to finalize the arrangements. The old man laughs, commenting that it was expected for the mysterious Great Master to choose Base 51, as he also finds the place excellent. He emphasizes that since the protagonist has saved Qinyu City twice, Longbow City once, and eliminated the 2 main threats, Peng He and Gu Ying, the country is willing to provide strong support for heroes like him. For this reason, the base will not charge any fees, and he only needs to sign the documents to confirm everything. Feng smiles, thinking he hadn't expected the officials to be so friendly. While signing, Dwan mentions that his master doesn't like dealing with mundane matters, so the base management will be entrusted to him and Ning Feng. Lao Feng adds that if the Great Master has any intention of forming a guild, he can also assist with that matter. Then, Dwan asks Mr. Feng if there's a way to access all kinds of information readily without having to create a guild. He explains to the old man that his master isn't very skilled with things like the internet. Lao Feng smiles and says that's easy to solve, explaining that for a national-level expert like the Great Master, their office can arrange a dedicated information channel. As long as the information isn't highly confidential, it can be synchronized and shared with the agency. Feng gets excited upon hearing this, realizing they're treating the mysterious Great Master as a national-level expert. Compared to him and Dwan painstakingly gathering information, the agency's information channel will indeed be much more efficient. However, he keeps in mind that he won't rely on a single source of information, knowing he'll need to develop multiple channels in the future. Regarding the establishment of a guild, Feng feels there's too much to manage. Instead, he believes it would be better to transform the base into another model, especially with no shortage of high-quality resources. After finishing their preparations, they start walking, and Dwan tells Lao Feng that the Great Master has organized his special training for the following week, promising to notify him in advance. The old man is pleased, thanks Dwan, and also asks him to express gratitude to the master for his efforts. At that moment, Lao Feng hears his phone ringing. Upon answering, one of his staff members reports that they've uncovered some mysterious disappearances during their investigation, very similar to the cases of Peng He and Gu Ying. Furthermore, they fear that similar individuals might appear again in the future. Hearing this makes Mr. Feng deeply concerned, thinking that even with the Great Master's special training, he cannot fight the enemy alone. Taking a deep breath, he wonders if there's a way to train strong people quickly. That same evening, the old man visits his grandson's house. When Rui Feng sees him, he is delighted. Lao Feng notices a suitcase and immediately asks where his grandson is headed. Rui Feng, excited, explains to his grandfather that since the supernova training camp is about to begin, Ning Feng has organized special training for them. He mentions that he just received a call saying he needs to be at the training base in 2 days, so he's packing to avoid being late. His grandfather, intrigued, asks how many of them there are. Rui Feng replies that, including himself, there are 5. Without realizing it, Lao Feng gets excited and once again transforms into Ghost Rider, startling his grandson, who warns him that his head is on fire again. However, the old man reassures his grandson not to worry, explaining that he took some medicine Dwan gave him. He insists he's clearly improving but admits that the power of darkness is still not easy to control. Noticing his grandson hadn't understood his earlier question, he rephrases it, wanting to know what kind of people Ning Feng had invited. Rui Feng explains that it's just a few good friends and that, aside from himself, The others have known Ningfeng for a long time. The old man gets excited upon hearing this, thinking that the great master will look after those close to him. Quickly kneeling down, he offers to help his grandson pack. Then, he advises him to listen carefully to Ningfeng when he arrives at the training camp, as it's a rare opportunity that shouldn't be wasted. He also tells his grandson to control his pace and not forget to call when he's ready to form a team for ranked matches. Rui Feng is left confused by his grandfather's sudden flurry of excitement. That's all, folks. If you enjoy the video, subscribe and hit the bell. Thanks.